All right, apologies for being a little bit late here. Let me pull up our agenda and get started. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. We are back from closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Sorry, here.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
And Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicki. Do we have any announcements from closed session, Joe?
Only in terms of attendees, we had Councilmember Obaji who joined the closed session at 5 p.m. And we also had Public Works Director Ted Simon, who was present for one of the closed sessions. And other than that, no announcements.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting. Did I hear a motion?
Yeah, I said.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Narenheim. Is there any objections to adjourning? Okay, so ordered. Now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein, excuse me.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicki. Okay, do I see a flag there anywhere? We can salute. There it is. Okay, let's all rise and salute the flag and take a moment of silence, please. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, folks. Okay, announcements. I'll go through the council, see if we have any announcements. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. We had a community meeting yesterday. Everything went great. I don't think other than that, we have anything else to announce, actually. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Brand. The next District 2 community meeting will be 2 weeks from yesterday, Monday, October 25th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. There will be a link found on my page on the city website, redondo.org. And I'll be joined by Jonathan Spetko, who is a member of the Cannabis Steering Committee, Redondo Beach resident and local expert on cannabis regulations. So look forward to seeing you then. I'll be sending out an email to my constituents and other people on my mail list. Again, Monday, October 25th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Virtual District 3 community meeting is going to be Thursday, October 21st, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Zoom credentials and stuff forthcoming.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
No announcements at this time. I apologize, I'm in my car. I'm in the middle of a federal jury, or just started the first day of a federal jury trial, but I will tune into the meeting and participate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember MD.
This Saturday, the Redondo Beach Kiwanis is doing a small community fair, and it's going to be from 10 to 2 at Anderson Park. It looks like the age ranges is kind of in the 5 to 9-year-old range. And so there'll be a food truck, but everything else is free, absolutely free for everybody. And the Redondo Beach Police and the Redondo Beach Fire will make an appearance for the kids to come see all the equipment they have.
Okay. I guess I'll announce that October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Redondo Beach is very lucky to have our police department in the Domestic Violence Victim Advisor Advocacy Program. and they're having their annual vigil, candlelight vigil, 12th annual candlelight vigil on October 23rd at 7 p.m. Right there in front of City Hall. It's always a heartwarming event. Domestic violence obviously is, part of all communities, unfortunately, but we are lucky here in Redondo Beach to have this advocacy program. And so, you get a lot of good testimonials, and it's great to learn about this and appreciate what we're able to offer to our residents. So, I encourage everyone to go to that. I'm going to miss it this year, unfortunately, but I'm looking at this, the 12th annual. So I think I made the first one or second one, maybe. But I highly encourage everyone to go to that. It's very uplifting, actually, in the final analysis. So again, that'll be October 23rd. So with that, I guess we'll move on to the regular meeting. Let me pull up the agenda again. We'll start, I guess, with the approval order of agenda. Does anyone have a motion to approve or move things around?
Make a motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Horvath to approve the order of agenda. Are there any objections? Okay, not hearing any, so order. We have no agency recess items tonight. Blue folder items. I know we have some blue folder items. Vicki, did you want to go through those, or Eleanor?
Yes, I will. Under M as in Mary, M1, we have a public communications submitted. Under N1, we have Cosmont PowerPoint presentation and recorded documents. County title transfer document. S10 legislative text. AES and ROW zoning information and public communications, and also resolution CC 2110-096 submitted by Blue Folder. For N2, we have a PowerPoint presentation, and for N3, we have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to admit those items to the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? Okay, then so ordered. Moving right along. Next on our agenda, excuse me, give me just a second. It pulls up properly. There we go. Yeah, so next is public communication. I'm sorry. Next is our consent calendar. Tonight, we have only 4 items on the consent calendar. We normally approve these all at once. Any member can pull any item, and certainly anyone in the public can comment on any item. Again, there are only 4 items tonight. I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull any. Councilmember Narenheim.
I do not, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath. Christian, did you want to pull any item from consent?
I said no, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Any public comment? Vicki, anyone like to comment on the consent calendar?
We do not, actually, I have someone raising their hand, but they did not, I thought they were going to speak on a non-agenda item. I'm going to go ahead and ask the speaker to lower their hand if they wanted to, unless they wanted to speak on the consent calendar. There we go. Okay, no, we have no public comments for consent calendar items.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay. For a second. Okay, motion by
Second.
Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Obaji. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Do you need to read anything here, Vicki?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and there are no excluded consent calendar items. So public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for anyone in the public to speak about anything that is not on our agenda. Everybody has 3 minutes. So, yeah, feel free to speak up, whatever you'd like to speak
Okay.
about. Do we have any takers tonight?
Yes, we do. Actually, most of them are on the non-agenda. First speaker is going to be Holly Osborne.
Mhm.
Mute. Okay, I'm going to get my remarks in front of me. Okay, go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This is Holly Osborne, District 5. I'm going to repeat some things I said about the green line last week and hopefully make them clearer. And I have count them, 2 points to make. 1, the first is about the trade study on the green line route that Metro presented. There are 2 basic routes, Hawthorne Boulevard and the railroad right-of-way, the road. They are supposed to be studying both options, but on Hawthorne, there are really 2 sub-options. Their baseline Hawthorne option, which comes down from the freeway, travels on Hawthorne at grade, and rises again at 190th. That's what they did study, or are studying, but Redondo City Council back in September 2018, and then repeated in a March 16th, 2021 letter, recommended a totally elevated option on Hawthorne. This would have many advantages. Chiefly, it would not block street crossings. So Metro has recently released a website where they discuss the 2 basic options, the Hawthorne surface and the road, but they do not discuss the totally elevated option on Hawthorne. It's possibly because of a new staff they have. Possibly there has been a disconnect. I asked last time that the Redondo Council direct their staff to remind Metro to study the elevated option on Hawthorne Boulevard. Write Metro a letter. Please do not forget to do this at the end of your meeting when you discuss referrals to staff. Please write this down. Thank you. Now, the second items I want to mention is I've watched the Metro monthly project meetings over the past 6 months. In those meetings, they have mentioned joint meetings that they have had with BNSF Railway, and they also mentioned they are having regular meetings with Redondo. So for item 2, I would like to know who in Redondo they are contacting and who the BNSF contacts are. And I would like to remind you that there are buried high-pressure gas lines on the row, and I've walked the row with a yardstick, and I know where the bodies and the pipes are buried. So should I also remind you that I'm an engineer, I know how to measure, so I would really like to know who those BNSF people are. So again, please do not forget the referral to staff to direct Metro to include the elevated option in their studies. Thank you. I'm on 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Holly. That was quite clear. So, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Alan Kleinbaum.
Yes, hi, this is Alan Kleinbaum. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Alan. Go right ahead.
Wonderful. Hi, good evening. Hope everyone is well. I just wanted to comment about Athens services and an ongoing problem that I have. I still can't get it corrected. I live in an area 200 block of South Camino Real, and where I live, we're all like single family residences or 2 on a lots. And we have our own little containers that we wheel out into the street. And on Wednesdays, they pick up our garbage. But on other blocks, there are large apartment complexes. And also on Pacific Coast Highway, there are commercial buildings. And for some reason, Athens Services insists that they want to take the garbage from those other streets and bring them and put them in front of my house and my neighbors' houses. And then now they're using our driveways to back up their scout trucks. I have pictures to prove it. This morning, multiple times they used the scout truck in my neighbor's driveway and my driveway. And they're putting the containers in front of our houses to take away the refuse. They should put the garbage in front of the apartment buildings, not move them to single family or lots with 2 homes on other parts of the city. This is ridiculous. And so I've talked to them and they said they're going to stop doing it, but the problem continues. If there's somebody in the city that can help me resolve this problem, I would appreciate it because it's been going on now for years. Thank you for your help.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. I will Send me an email and I will get to the right people and make sure that it gets done.
Next-
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, sir. Heidi Swan is the next speaker.
Mhm. Go ahead, Heidi. Unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself, Heidi, if you can hear us.
Unmute. There we go. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Heidi A. Swan. I educate about the mental health risks of marijuana use. I'd like to give a shout out to Mayor Brand, who looks great and who kindly moderated a webinar I co-sponsored last year with Behavioral Health Services about this risk, especially as it pertains to youth. Recently, I taught the first continuing education for lawyers and also for professional fiduciaries about the mental health risks of using marijuana. And so I'm here tonight because Redondo is considering pot shops. And I just want to be sure that all the residents of Redondo Beach know about the products that are being sold today. Because I voted for legalization, but I thought we were legalizing the old-fashioned joints from the 60s, 70s, and 80s like I tried when I was young. So I didn't understand why have emergency room visits due to marijuana risen over 1,000% between 2005 and 2019. And what about vaping lung illnesses? The CDC reported that 1 out of 6 were purchased from legal marijuana dispensaries. So much of the health problems are due in part to products that I had never even heard of when we legalized it, or what their side effects are. So for instance, have you heard of a dab? That's spelled D-A-B. A dab is a highly processed, highly concentrated, and addictive marijuana product. It is 10 to 20 times stronger than the marijuana I used in 1980. Now, why is it called a dab? Because just a little dab will do you. Using a dab is called dabbing. So if you do a simple search on YouTube, you can find lots of videos that show why dabbing is increasing emergency room visits. So go on YouTube and search dabbing and vomiting, dabbing and passing out. Look for Man Goes Retarded from First Dab. And I don't like that title, but it does show a man who is having acute psychosis from this marijuana product. I tell you to search these things because there are no warnings about these harmful side effects. So when we talk about pot shops in Redondo Beach, we need to fully understand what the products are today and ask ourselves, are these highly processed, highly addictive substances with side effects that are increasing emergency room visits, something that should be normalized in a community that has prided itself in the health of its citizens? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Next speaker is Robin Moser.
Good evening, everyone. So I am a physician assistant. I live in Redondo Beach, and my friend Heidi actually alerted me to the fact that they were considering bringing some gussied up, pot shops to the area. And I want to tell you about my experience with living near one that wasn't gussied up, but regardless, it's about 3 blocks away on Aviation. Excuse me. And my kids and I often joked about what was going on in that building because there's these closed doors and people and police all the time. However, when COVID struck, I started going to the grocery store at 6 in the morning to avoid the crowds. It amazed me to see a huge line of people pressing against that door at 6 in the morning. And I'm serious, they were like body to body. And I was thinking, first of all, about COVID and aren't they too close? And then I'm like, what are they trying to get in there for? Because it is unmarked, or it was when it was open. Anyway, I think I ended up calling the police and reporting the activity. And they said, oh, we know it's just an illegal dispensary. I don't know, the whole thing was very frustrating. And the fact that they're trying to make it all fancy and pretend that it's healthy and herbal, it's just so disturbing to me as a physician assistant. I've seen so many patients, especially old people, telling me that they should be taking this health supplement that their kids gave them to sleep. And they show me what it is. I'm like, you're already on a sleeping pill. You're taking this thing for anxiety. They all interact. There's just no accountability. I'm just really disturbed. And I'm just sad to think they're going to make it really fancy and make it look like it's a special event in Redondo Beach. Anyway, sorry, I went on my little soapbox. Thanks for listening.
Well, no, thank you, Rob. That's what non-agenda items are for. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Wayne Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pure businesses along the International Boardwalk have been hit hard as a result of COVID. One plan implemented this past year that has allowed them to survive was adding outdoor dining areas above the International Boardwalk. This has worked out so well that city staff is now developing plans to make this a permanent dining option instead of going back to it just being unused. Now, the latest version of this plan was presented to the Harbor Commission last night. It calls for businesses to pay for the hard cost of furniture, signs, barriers, provide additional liability insurance coverage, as well as an annual rental fee for each business leasing the area. Now, after speaking with the business owners over the past few weeks, I think we should consider a modification of this current plan. Rather than burden them with yet another city cost as they're finally coming back, how about this? The city already collects special dues and fees from businesses in the harbor as part of their monthly lease payments. These are then transferred to the Redondo Beach King Harbor Association. A recent report provided to the Budget and Finance Commission shows the account balance of dues paid into this account run by the Pure Harbor Association as having $228,105. This is a report generated on August 31st. I believe the city should, instead of charging these struggling businesses for these hard costs, consider allocating some of these funds already collected to go towards them. This idea isn't new, and something similar has already been done with the storefront improvement programs we've had along Artesia Boulevard, where the city provided matching grants. It's also something that the Riviera Business Improvement District did when members paid for the new outside dining decks out of their own dues they were paying to that organization. I therefore ask the council to make a referral or request to allow a portion of the funds already collected to cover these hard costs instead of burdening the businesses that are trying to come back from a near fatal year of closure. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Vicki?
That concludes the public speakers. However, we do have an e-comment and Melissa will read that aloud for you.
Our e-comment today is submitted by Maggie Healy. Reads, Dear Mayor and Council members, a couple weekends ago, we had a well-attended Women's March in Redondo Beach. It was a wonderful event attended by people from all over the South Bay, including Assemblyman Al Marasucci, Mayor Fiore of Torrance, Council members MD and Horvath. I think the organizers of this successful event should be recognized. Thank you. And that's the end of Maggie Healy's comment.
Okay, is that the end of non-agenda items, Vicki?
We did have somebody just sign on. I just wanted to see which item really quick, if you don't mind, because they need to raise their hand if they want to speak now, but I cannot tell based on one
phone number.
Yeah, it's by a phone number. So I just want to see which item they wanted to speak on. I don't know what converts means, so I'm going to assume that means he wants to speak on non-agenda items because I don't think we have anything under that title. So Mr. Fugit, if you'd like to speak on non-agenda items, now is your time. Please unmute.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
There you go.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, Mr. Hugan.
I was told that there may be a discussion tonight on the upcoming concert this weekend.
Concert? No, there's no discussion about any upcoming concert, but you can go ahead and comment on it.
Yeah, I just got a notice from one of the planners that there was a city council meeting, and I thought there was covering that topic. But anyways, to get to my point, I just had some concerns about the recent concerts and then one coming up this weekend regarding the teardowns that go until 3 a.m. and the curbside parking. So I just wanted to make sure it was noted that it is very disruptive for the neighbors to have these events that go into the residential areas and the tear downs that with the trucks driving through the streets late at night. So I just wanted to bring that up and see if something will be addressed on that topic.
Well, your comments noted. We can't really talk about that item tonight because it's on non-agenda. We have to agendize it for the council or myself to respond, but we can certainly take note of it.
Okay, I apologize. I was just told there was a city council meeting. I thought it was covering this topic, so I apologize for not having enough time to see what was on the agenda to confirm if it was being discussed or not tonight.
Yeah, no need to apologize. I think it worked out perfect for good timing.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you guys listening to what I had to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, duly noted. We'll follow up.
Includes public comment under non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Then next up is our first item, M1. Receive and file a report on community meeting room use policies and procedures and provide direction on possible policy updates. Susan Anderson, our library director.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. You have before you a file report on community meeting room use policies and procedures for the council to provide direction on possible policy updates. This report is a follow-up to previous City Council direction and discussion related to the city's meeting room use policies and procedures. Currently, the Redondo Beach Public Library and the Community Services Department provide meeting room space to city staff and the public. So I coordinated with Community Services Director Cameron Harding on this report. And there are a variety of background materials attached to this report, including a prior year budget response report related to this subject. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Let me see if the council has any questions. We don't have any hands up. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I brought this up to the attention of the council for a couple of reasons. One is I actually had someone, a friend of mine, who tried to get a rent at one of the meeting rooms, and the meeting room was available, but it was 3 days out or 4 days out, and the person on the other side of the phone said, well, we can't rent this to you because we have a policy that we don't allow, you have to rent at least 10 days out. So I was given attention to this, and obviously the questions were about online meeting requests. We didn't have any online meeting ability to, any ability to rent rooms online. And I wanted to see where we're at with the ability to, where if we can start going down the plan of doing online rentals, get rid of the 10-day rule, and being able to be a little bit more flexible in our ability to rent these rooms out. So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about and go down the path of. Susan, do you, I know the Library Commission has asked about this before as well.
Yeah, the Library Commission, we have gone over the meeting room use policies in the past, and they have made some suggestions, and I think we have added, we've amended the policies. A lot of that had to do with opening up the meeting room to different types of organizations. So we amended the policy for that, and we updated the fee schedule for that as well. As far as the 10 days out, I believe we discussed that as well. I inherited this policy, and I can't recall off the top of my head why we went with the 10 days. As far as the online reservations of meeting rooms, we do have that internally for city staff, but that could be something we could look into, developing a system for external users to book the meeting room that way. There is an application as part of the process. I don't know, if that would be, it would take a little while to enact that. I don't know if that would be like a strategic planning item or how we would go about looking into that. We'd have to coordinate with IT on that one.
So is the 10-day rule still in effect? You guys talked about it, but is it still in effect?
Yes, I believe we still do have the 10 days out. And I think part of that is setting up with, if we're setting up the room, we have to coordinate with Public Works on that because they're the ones who do the setup and the tear down.
Okay. So if somebody didn't require that, would they just be able to rent a room 3 days out and then the room is available?
That would be, yes, that could be a possibility if they didn't require setup.
Okay. I mean, I kind of feel like this does need to be a discussion at the council level. It could be at the commission level, and I'd like to have a more flexible option for the committee or commission, and have the city be more amenable to a shorter period and do online bookings. Is that something? Are we have to guide you guys down that path, or do we need to make a referral to have you guys have the library commission discuss that and go down that path and work with other departments?
I think looking into shortening the time needed in advance to make a reservation could be something we could review with the library commission. I think probably everybody would be for online reservations. That's just more of a technical issue. That would be something I'd have to figure out with the IT department. So that's sort of a separate project.
Okay.
I mean, the whole 10-day thing, Susan, we can just vote tonight to reduce it to 3 days. If we want to. Did you get that, Susan? We can
Yes,
just give you direction to reduce 10 days to 3 days tonight if we want to.
Well, the only thing about reducing it to 3 days, and Ted might be able to weigh in on this, is I don't know how much advance notice Public Works needs to do for setup. So if they need a setup and a tear down, that does involve the Public Works department. If they don't, I could see us reducing it to 3 days.
Or just notifying the people that it's too short of a notice for us to be able to set it up for you, so you're going to get what you get. I mean, I've rented rooms from the city before, and I've given enough notice, but sometimes the room's not set up anyway, and you just figure it out. I mean, it just seems like 10 days is somebody needs a room. It's kind of a long time, but. Is Ted online, Ted? Do you want to comment on that?
Ted, if there are concerns, if you need extra time for setup, could you elaborate on that? And just for the record, I really kind of look to the department directors to kind of safeguard the rooms and manage the resources. And we don't want to set people up for disappointment if we create the expectation the room's always available with 3 or 4 days notice. And if we can't do that much of the time, then we're going to have people disappointed for a different reason. So Ted, I don't know what's involved with the Public Works and renting the library rooms. And does this only involve the library, or was this the community services facilities as well?
It was a library room, and it was I actually ended up overhearing the conversation towards the tail end of it. And the concern is, there was no room available because we were within the 10 days. And it was like 3 or 4 or 5 days out. I was like, why can't I just rent a room and bring my own equipment? And the answer was just flat out no. And I know the Library Commission has dealt with this on a tangential schedule side, but I want us to be, we need to be more flexible with the community. And if we say, hey, we need 10 days to set things up, and you come in 5 days, you bring your own stuff. that's easy to do. So I don't understand why it would be so hard for us to just set the expectation to the public, say, hey, 3 days out, we can't coordinate everything, and it's up to you.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. And for us, it is a matter of managing the resources, as you said. In reality, I mean, we'd like to be able to tell our teams what they're going to be doing for that particular week, rather than shuffling them around. And especially in our building services and maintenance section, they're limited on their resources. So that advance notice gives us the ability to program their time in order to do so. Bringing in your own materials, obviously you can't bring in tables or chairs, especially tables as needed. I have seen people come in and use their own projectors and or their own computers sometimes when they want to make a presentation of sorts. But in order to set up the tables and chairs, if needed, then that's the time that we typically need. It could probably be done within 6 to 7 days, and we will work to try to accommodate as many as possible. 3 is just going to be too short. That's going to be taxing our resources quite a bit.
Is Public Works the only ones able to set up these tables and chairs?
I don't believe that anyone else has janitorial and building staff services to be able to provide that. I don't know.
Joe?
Again, it's going to kind of depend on the setup. If it's, 1 table and 5 chairs, clearly the library staff could do that. But, if they're renting, the larger room and they need a more comprehensive setup, that's really kind of beyond what we would reasonably expect the library staff to do. So
I understand that. And what's the issue with someone bringing in their own tables and chairs if they wanted to provide their own tables and chairs? They didn't like our tables and chairs. Why is that an issue?
I don't know that you can, in the private sector, can you go to a restaurant and bring your own tables and chairs? I mean, it's you're renting the facility, and part of what you're renting is the access to the furnishings that we have, that we know they're safe, we know they're sturdy. People get hurt moving stuff, doors get banged, walls get banged. It just kind of, I think, the practical consequence of just the stuff is there. We just need a little notice.
What about the administrative room, or what they call a conference room in the library? I mean, there is no setup there. It might be kind of facility dependent too. I mean, obviously there's nothing to do in there. It's just a table with chairs. Somebody might want to have a meeting within 10 days, doesn't require a setup, but that's just one room.
That's true. I mean, you can move the furniture around in there, but generally people are just okay with using it how it is set up. So that could have a different time frame. We could do 3 days if, unless they have some special request in terms of, moving the furniture around, we could do 3 days on that one.
Yeah, I mean, just flexibility wise, if somebody needs to have a sudden meeting with half a dozen people and they just need a place to meet, and requires no setup. You could say, well, we have the conference room available on short notice, sort of thing.
Right. And my point is this, Joe, it's really simple. And Susan and Ted, like, the city lost out on about $400 or $500, and it was done twice. And so that's $800 in total. And I kind of looked at the situation, and I looked at other cities. Other cities didn't have a lot of these rules and policies in place. And I just feel that if we bring that time level down, have an online reservation system like some of the other cities do, we could raise that revenue on city property, and we'd be a little bit more flexible, be a little bit more in tune with other cities, and we could make a few more bucks. So that was the first thing. And I'm I'll make a motion to put this back to the commission level, and then bring that time level down to 5 days, and then have staff, you guys can advise the renters, that their accommodation can only be made done so much. The second thing is, this is not a fee that we're dealing with here, that I'm dealing with at all. It's just a time schedule.
So did you want to make a motion and get a second, or?
No, I want to listen to the public and the other council members first. They have something to say, and we'll go from there.
Councilmember Nairnheim, if
yes,
I may,
sir.
On your motion, could you specify days, because we don't want anybody calling us on a Friday or a Saturday and not accounting for those days when we're not here.
So yeah, 5 business days. I was thinking the same thing actually. I was like, what about the weekend? Oh yeah, Mr. Webb is right there. No, I appreciate that.
I appreciate what he wants, but I might not use business days. Also, it's your policy. I know the library has adopted it, but to Mayor's point, if you want to change the day, change the day. I would caution you to listen to your staff as to, what the minimum they need to be responsive, but you can change the days and refer to the Planning Commission, the developing an online system.
Oh,
but you don't
library commission.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the library commission, but you can change the days yourself tonight. Or if you want them to reconsider it first before it comes back, either way is fine.
Okay. And I think that's going to cover the 5 business days are going to cover, especially if it's on a weekend, that would still be 5, 6, 7, that's 7 days. So, it's just tables and chairs, and then if we can get them to maybe use a different location as well. And then the second thing is, one of the reasons why this was brought up was there was discussion during the budget time regarding who gets to use our meeting rooms and what we charge for them. I see the Chamber of Commerce, the NRBBA, South Bay Aerospace Alliance, the Roundtable, South Bay COG multiple times, and the Housing Rights Center. These are all groups that do some good work in the city. They're nonprofits. The one I don't agree with is the NRBBA. The NRBBA is a 501c6, I want to say, for the businesses on Redondo Beach Boulevard. I correlate this with the Riviera BID, Business Improvement District, and I'm not sure what their C status is, C3 or C4, but I think they're a C4 or something. But the Riviera BID doesn't get any benefits from the city, any free meeting room space. And they do a lot. They meet every single month. They do a lot for the city. So I don't see why we need to be spending for the NRBBA $3,400 subsidizing them. They're more than welcome to use the North Branch Library location. I know they get opened up before normal business hours. So they're more than welcome to use it and pay for it. I don't want it to interfere with political activities and other things that are happening in the city. So my motion will include not allowing them to use that free rental space, but to be charging for that, the space, the amount that's in the BRR. So that's all I have to say for now.
Okay. No other hands up. Any comments from the public? Vicky?
Actually, no one has signed up to speak, so they can raise their hand now if they'd like to speak on this topic, and we have no e-comments. It doesn't appear that we have anyone interested in speaking on this item.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Howdy, Mayor, and everybody. So I agree with what was said. I think it's really time to get Redondo Beach into the 21st century as far as meeting rooms go, and I realize that maybe we haven't budgeted for that. So I wonder whether we need a DRR of some sort here. But in the executive suites that I've rented before for my law firm, there's online systems to be able to book. It seems like we need hands. Sorry, the lighting is terrible, but it seems like here we need somebody to answer the phone so you can book a room, and that we also need somebody to go prepare the room, which is a lot of humans involved in the process. But I get that it's city property. So to the extent we can reduce the amount of human time that's spent, I think we'll be saving our city dollars and increasing revenue potentially. And maybe there's one rate for city residents versus out of city residents, if we can so discriminate on the use of these rooms, or if I don't know if that's a requirement that they be city residents to rent the rooms. But I would like to see that. And I don't know what kind of services does Public Works, I guess, to prep a room. What do they do? Is it setting up tables and chairs?
Right, setting up any of the equipment that's been requested, and we would usually have account from the requester or through the library in terms of chairs, tables, the style of the setup, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ted. And does the rate charged change based on either the equipment that's being requested by the person booking it or the duration of time?
Yes, and also there is a different charge for if the organization is based in Redondo Beach or not as well.
Got it. Perfect. Okay. So if there's a BRR, I suppose, that could help us move a little more towards automation that we need to request, then I'd love to hear that. But otherwise, I'm on board with what Councilmember Nierenheim's proposing.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I'm a little concerned with this motion that it's just targeting one specific group. So you're eliminating one group, or just because you don't agree with them, or are you eliminating all 501c6s? It seems like you can't just eliminate one specific group. It would have to be an entire category, perhaps, but that seems very vindictive. So what are you doing, Mr. Nierenheim?
I am not going to allow the NRBBA in my motion to get free rental space in the North Ranch Library.
So it's just one group. So it's just specifically NRBBA. You're not considering making it all 501c6s or whatever category they were in, because it just, again, you're just going to target one specific group. Is that what you're doing?
The Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce meets at the main library. They're not political. And let's see here, you have the South Bay Aerospace Alliance Group. They cost $195 or $975. They're not political. And the Redondo Beach Roundtable, which is...
Okay, you're not understanding my question. Mr. Webb, is it possible for us to just target one specific group or person for not getting city services, or does it have to be a more of a category?
It's problematic if they're being chosen because of their viewpoint, because it is a limited public forum. However, and I don't know what the past practice is, in looking at the current rules, it doesn't appear to me, if Councilman Nierenheim is correct, they're not a C3 nonprofit, they wouldn't be entitled to the nonprofit rate. So the master fee schedule isn't before you tonight, and I obviously don't know what it is, but the rules indicate that a nonprofit lower rate is only to be paid, and I'm going to shrink my screen and read it. It's in number 3, and so E3, proof of not-for-profit status, such as defined by Federal Revenue Code 501c3, must be provided for nonprofit rates to apply. So they could, you're correct, it shouldn't just be a single organization, because that could be challenged as being non-viewpoint neutral, but you could specify that they have to be 501c3 and exclude all 501c6s. So that would be the way that you could do it constitutionally.
That's my point. Thank you very much.
Let me just say I've rented several rooms in Beach City Health District in the city, and when I was running the Parkland Conservancy, I had to show my our C3 designation forms from the IRS. So it's not uncommon. Usually when you have public agencies renting rooms, they're worried about political activities, and so they require a 501c3 status, which is non-political. So however you want to handle this, but you can, as Councilmember MD is saying, you need to pick a classification, not just a group. So I don't know what everybody is. And some of them, I mean, they're all great local organizations. And so, we got to figure out if, I think it is important to, say they're nonprofits, 501c3s. I mean, that's pretty standard. every time I've rented a room, just from an agency, including the Beach Cities Health District. They want to see your determination papers, and that's very common.
And it could be that maybe in practice it hasn't been followed, or maybe they are a 501c3, or maybe the wording as adopted by the Library Commission is a little bit unclear because it says such as a 501c3. And so you could tighten it up to make it clear it's only 501c3s that get the lower nonprofit.
Yeah, and any 501c3 that's, current has those determination papers, and when they go get a room, that's very standard. They produce them. It's easy. Anyway, Councilmember Lowenstein.
In that vein, I'd like to limit rent-free for 501c3s specifically. So those that are not 501c3s have to pay rent. And that would be my amendment. Would you be open to that amendment, Mr. Nierenheim?
I haven't made the motion yet because I'm still listening to what everyone has to say. I could definitely be open to that amendment. I'm trying to look right now what.
I'll second that.
It's basically, I can tell you what it is. 501c6s, if you'd like to know, are involved with, they have to prove to be a 501c6. Their organizational activities, their present and future sources of funding, names of officers, et cetera. That's what they have to do when they file paperwork with the IRS. So I think this is a good compromise. 501c3s, we know what those are. They're nonprofits. The other thing is, and I don't know this can happen, but Mike, can you say that any 501c3 that's involved in political activities are not allowed to do this rent-free, or is that unconstitutional?
Well, two things. It can't be viewpoint neutral, but anyone can't use it for political activities. If you look at your policy later on, that's specifically excluded. And I don't think I'm assuming that it's not rent-free. Again, you don't have the fee schedule, I think, to agendize tonight. The policy just says the nonprofit rate, which I'm assuming is a lower rate. So I think the appropriate motion is just to clear up E3, that it's limited to the nonprofit rate is limited only to 501c3.
Okay, because I conflated it with what Bill was saying. The Beach Cities Health District does allow rent-free for their rooms for 501c3s. That's my mistake. So the nonprofit rate, they would be the nonprofit rate of 501c3. What about political activities?
That's banned later in and if it's not based on viewpoint, then that can be fine. If you look at restrictions under C.
Okay.
Can I just add some clarification? So nonprofits, do pay a fee generally to use the meeting room, no matter what type of nonprofit they are. These organizations that have gotten a fee waived, it's because they're kind of specific type of organizations where somebody from the, either our city is a member of the organization, like the COG, or may serve on the board of the chamber, or somebody from staff or council is involved in these meetings. So these are just specific types of meetings that have not paid for the room. And that was more sort of an informal policy that I think may have started with Bill Workman, that these certain types of organizations of which we are either a member or that we participate in have not paid for the room. And so I don't know, generally, I would imagine if something like the COG wanted to hold a meeting in another city, they wouldn't be charged if that city was a member of the COG, as an example. But I realize that each of these types of organizations are, different types of legal entities of which, the city may be involved in. generally nonprofits do pay for the room. If there was just a nonprofit based in Redondo Beach that was independent of the city, they would pay for the room.
Well, then it gets into a problem where we may have a seat, but we're not participating frequently. And then, I think we get into issues with this. I'm not even spelling out the NRBBA or the chamber. I think, we're showing a little bit of favoritism to organizations. And even though we're participants in it, we start getting contentious. People start getting contentious. Why did you get a freebie and I didn't get a freebie? And so I get what you're saying, Susan. I understand it. But now we're, here we are broaching it on a council meeting. And, it's not fair to the other organizations, I think. I do think so. And if 501c3s want to have a political thing, just have it at somebody's house or have it somewhere else. But when it's on city property, I think we need to treat people fairly, everybody fairly, and not say, well, just because we're a member, you get, freebies and we don't have city involvement in it, you don't. Or we just make it free for everybody, no matter what. I just think it's got to be fair. But I thank you for clarifying it, but I think this is where we get into issues and people get upset.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people understand sort of the difference there.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Just so everybody knows, C3 cannot engage in political activity, whether it's anywhere. It's a non-political organization. Once you go above that, C4, C5, C6, then they start to be able to venture into political stuff. So just so you know, it's generally a lot of places allow C3s if they're local somehow. You determine that, and and then they offer up the rooms. This is a community facility. It should be available to these groups, and free for nonprofit C3, or and maybe a charge for everything else. Or we've paid. I remember I paid to have a meeting at the library once. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. C3s being free, others paying. You shouldn't allow any political activity in any city facility anyway, in that sort of venue. But yeah.
But they can educate. They can educate, right, Mayor Brand? They can educate, but not involve in political.
Yeah, everybody can educate on anything. It's not anyway, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, just a correction. The NRBBA is not a political organization and never has been. It wasn't when I was a member on the executive board, and it still isn't. They do, to Todd's comment, host meetings with topics that may relate to ongoing things that are going on in the community, both locally or sub-regionally or whatnot. What they can't do is stymie somebody's free speech during a meeting and say something political. So I think, if that's what the issue is, the organization is not political, but somebody, and I have been to plenty of organizational meetings where people make comments that can be considered political in nature, but that doesn't necessarily mean the organization is political. So if we're going to do like a C6 and remove them from it, to Todd's point, I'm fine with that. I think Susan mentioned that this was a policy that was in existence before she came on. Maybe it was a workman thing. If we're going to, I think maybe we just reevaluate what the policy is, right? So if you are an organization, and if we're going to say that C3s are the only ones eligible for nonprofit pricing, then just go with that and just go with it across the board and make it clean, as opposed to having this conversation, come in and out. We have the ability to make that change to policy. You could just do it now since we don't know why it started. And to Susan's point, I think maybe it was because there was staff involvement in one way, shape, or form. So that's this body's choice to say, is that worthy of the room being free or not? I will say, the COG, we did use, when I was chair of the COG, we did use the library here. We used a room in Hawthorne and we used a room in Torrance. They were all free for our board meetings because our offices, we lost our office space. And so we were floating for many months while we were waiting for the new offices to be built out. But every city granted the COG that ability to share in using their space. And I think Mike Webb said, I don't recall ever seeing any political activities at any of the local libraries or whatnot. So I think we've already got that covered. To Todd's point of doing it off site. And other than that, I've been in a variety of nonprofits and engaged here, and we always just rented the room in whichever manner was deemed by Susan and her staff. And it's a pretty easy process, but I think finding a way to get it simpler to Councilmember Obaji's comments, more into the 20th century and being able to do it online, that's, I think, a reasonable expectation for us at this point in time. That's it.
Okay, for some reason, Vicky, our host, has her hands up. Did you mean to, Vicky?
Yes, actually, I did on behalf of the city clerk's office. Since this seems to be going like no fee waivers at all, I wanted to mention that traditionally we have not charged fees for use of our city community rooms for election services from the county, such as polling places or vote centers. They pay for overtime staff and so on, but they have not paid for use of the meeting rooms or chairs and tables. So I wanted to know if that's a consideration when you make your motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we also have someone who signed up.
Councilmember Narenheim, you had your hand up again.
Yeah. So Vicky, I believe that was a contractual obligation that we have with the county, correct? If I remember the conversation correct, we weren't allowed to charge really outside the bounds. It was kind of a take it or leave it situation.
I believe we have the right to charge rent, but we have not been we've been waiving the rental fees. What we're entering into in a contractual agreement is for any staff time that we've incurred, overtime staff time that we bill for them, and they do reimburse us for those charges, but we have not charged them for room use.
Yeah, and I thought when we signed that last contract with them, I tried getting the rent out of them. And it came back as we couldn't get the rent out of them. It was a kind of a take it or leave it. No, by the way, you're doing this. That's the way I kind of remember it.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well, that the county was not willing to pay for the use of the facilities. I don't know that we pushed them that hard, but that was my recollection as well.
Right. And I mean, I'm not fine with it, but I'm fine with it, so to speak. So with that. And okay, so I don't mind if the city has a place on the board, a seat on the board. I don't know what the round table is. I don't even never been to a round table, Redondo Beach round table. Are they an actual group? Are they a 501c3? Who knows? Are they C3? You're shaking your head, Todd. But I have
been to their meetings. Sorry, if you want me to respond.
Yeah, please do.
I'm not 100% sure about their tax status. Their meetings are not political. They are more about promoting things that are happening in the city. There's in educational stuff. There's informational speakers that are there. There's, the holiday time. They have kids come and speak and sing. Sorry. So it's more of a philanthropic, educational type organization. But again, I'm not so sure that, people should go either rent-free or reduced rate. On
Joe, do you know if they're a 501c3?
I'd have to look that up. Maybe I can check some files here while you guys keep talking. But there is a standing members. I believe the mayor has got has a standing seat on the roundtable board. I have a standing seat on the roundtable board. And everything that Todd said, I agree with. I mean, they coordinate the tree lighting. They have a beautification awards they give out. They are not political.
Yeah, and that's my concern is the political aspect, political nature of it. And let's see here.
They may not be an official committee of any sort. They're just a solid, wonderful local Redondo Beach organization that does a lot of wonderful things. I don't know that they have any designation.
Right, and I want to be able to protect that. The South Bay COG, they're not 501c3 either. They're just a JPA, Joint Powers Authority, correct?
Yep.
And so I'm not sure that's just a separate whole nother world. So I would, allow that. I have no problem with that either. The South Bay Aerospace Alliance is a 501c6. They meet in the main library, and then let's see here, that leaves the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce. Joe, do you sit on the board for the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce? Or he's busy right now. Does anyone, sorry
about that. I'm an ex officio member of the board. So I'm a non-voting member of the board, along with the superintendent and Tom Backley from Beach City's Health District. So yes, ex officio, not voting, just there for kind of a liaison purposes.
Right. Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot you were looking. And then we sit on the board. The city sits on the board for the King Harbor Association as well as the Pier Association. So if the city has a direct relationship with the board or sits on the board, I have no problem giving that free status to them, as long as they're directly associated to the board and in the leadership position. It's again the 501c6, which would throw Aerospace Alliance out. I don't think we have anyone on the board on that either. So they're gonna have to start.
I serve on that.
What?
I serve on that.
The South Bay Alliance.
So there's a lot of elected officials that come, including, the county comes, Merit Suchi office comes. There's the city of Rita comes. So everybody comes. It's quite a big organization, and a lot of the cities come and participate on that.
Right. So you have an official seat on the board?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well then, the only one that leaves us left is the South Bay Roundtable Association. So before I make my motion, Councilmember Abaji, do you wait for Joe to come back? Councilmember Abaji, do you have anything to say?
I do. I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that of the time in which we live, which is the time where Sacramento is shoving more residents and density upon us and not giving us the funding to keep up with them. So I really think we have to, and I doubt that anybody's going to revisit this subject for years. So I think we need to get this right, and we need to think about the city's fiscal future. And we need to prioritize making sure that we get dollars in while we also offer this public resource to folks. And I'll tell you, Councilmember Nierenheim, that going through organization by organization and saying this one in, this one out is precisely the type of conduct that we can't engage in. And it does have to go, like what Councilmember Amdy said, in a kind of categorical, blindly categorically as to 501c's, C3s or C6s and the like. You can distinguish between those two. But what we might consider is sending this to staff and having them come up with a fee schedule that works in light of the amount of hours that go into setting it up and breaking it down and the like, and coming back with a new fee schedule and potentially thinking about who solicits use of these rooms. But those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Can I just jump in just a second? I know, because we're talking about so many different issues here. So one thing we could possibly do, to go back to Councilmember Nierenheim's point, is to say if somebody from city council or city administration serves on the board of an organization, the fee would be waived. So that could be one thing that we could incorporate actually into the meeting room policy, because that's been informal since I've been here, or since before I've been here. So that would be one option. And then as far as we have a fee schedule for the meeting rooms. I'm pretty sure the nonprofit rate is only for 501c3s, but we could clarify that. Or you all could vote on what types of nonprofits you would want that fee to apply to.
Okay. And
so you're suggesting, Susan, that organizations that have a seat with a member of the Redondo Beach City Council or city manager and 501c3s might be easy ways to clarify. Yeah.
Well, as far as who gets the meeting room for free, you all could vote on whether that would be organizations where either a council member or somebody from city administration was on the board. And then if that's what you all voted on tonight, we would incorporate that into the official meeting room policy. Right now, that's sort of unofficial policy. And then as far as the nonprofit status, I'm pretty sure that that fee schedule says nonprofit is only for 501c3s, but if you all wanted to vote tonight as to that nonprofit fee, lesser fee only applying to 501c3s, that's another issue as well.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see, 501c3s. So if the city has a representative, administrative, or elected on the board as a direct member of, and then 501c3s, if the budget allows, we could put a cap on our yearly amount. Joe, did you find out with Roundtable?
Yeah, I was not able to find that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't mind at all looking at updating city residents versus non-city residents.
And there's a lesser fee for nonprofits versus for-profit organizations. We actually, I believe that we used to not even rent the room to for-profit organizations. I think that's one of the things that we added, and we higher fee, and for a higher fee, you could have a meeting that was closed to the public, et cetera. Those were some things that we added in an attempt to try to generate more meeting room revenue a few years ago.
Yeah, and I'm fine with businesses coming in and renting our room. That's fantastic. I mean, it's just helping them out and making a few bucks. So I'm fine with that.
You might want to say Redondo Beach-based 501c3s, because you could see 501c3s come from anywhere to snatch.
We do. There is that designation, Mayor Brand. So you've got all these different. You've got all these different categories like that.
Okay. So I'll just make, Todd, do you have something else to say? You have your hand up? Okay. Before I make a motion, I'll let you.
I was just going to say, I think if somebody is participating as an elected official, it should be in an official capacity. Because if I wanted to be on the board of the National Association of Tire Manufacturers and I wanted a room, but I happen to be a council member, that shouldn't pertain. But if it's an official capacity, I know that sounds far-fetched, but it's easily manipulated.
Totally not far-fetched. I can bring LACPA down here every week. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we need to be very specific and say in an official capacity as a serving council member, mayor, elected official, et cetera, or staff member.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that would take care of the Redondo Beach Roundtable group issue.
Are there any public comments on this, Vicky? Just, excuse me, Councilmember, are there any public comments on this, Vicky?
Yes, we do have someone that has registered now. His name is Thomas Emmer. Mr. Emmer, go ahead.
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Emmer. You there, Mr. Emmer? You need to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, now we hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I stepped away for a minute. So anyway, I just wanted to, I don't even know if I need to make this comment anymore. I just wanted to point out to set the record straight, and thank you, Christian, for pointing out that the NRBBA is not a political organization. I'm the current president of the NRBBA, and our whole mission is to protect the local, is to help the local communities and businesses. And so but I've been listening to your conversation and I agree where it's going. I do want it to be fair. And so it sounds like you guys are going in a good direction here. I did not know how to take my hand down, but thank you guys, continue on. And I look forward to hearing the outcome.
Yeah, thanks for joining in, Thomas. And under raise your hand, there's a spot you can go lower your hand, so you know.
Well, but Thomas, are you guys even using the library anymore?
We are not using the library. So we had an arrangement with Erin over there. She was actually coming in early when the library wasn't even open. So she was doing us a real favor by doing that to begin with. And I spoke with her, and she's not able to do that anymore anyway. So we've essentially lost the ability to use the library anyway, just because on that fact alone. But it sounds like what you guys are coming up with is very constructive. So I would say continue on. And I just wanted to really set the record straight that we're really not a political organization, and we're here to really just support the community. And yeah, thank you guys for letting me get on here and say something.
Thank you. Thanks for joining. Okay, any more comments, Vicki?
No, there are none. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Narenheim, you still were talking?
Yeah, I'll just make a motion to direct staff to meet with Library Commission to start the online booking process, to decrease the time from 10 days to 5 business days, anytime less than 5 days to be on a ability for staff to perform the work if staff requires, staff needs, to look at updating this, have the commission also look at updating the fee schedule for city residents versus non-city residents, allow 501c3 Redondo Beach-based 501c3s on approval for rooms for free usage if the budget allows. And if the city has a representative of a group, an official capacity for administrative or elective on the board or direct member of, to be able to use a room for free as well.
These all referrals to the Library Commission?
No, sorry, the last two for the 501c3s and to city allow the representative official capacity for administrative or elected on the board or direct member of is to change the policy of, and as well as the 10 days.
Is that clear, Susan, that motion?
Well, it is clear. I feel like as far as online scheduling, I cannot see the Library Commission being against online scheduling. But I feel like it would be more like looking into scheduling software and the cost of that. And my guess is if we're going to have online scheduling of meeting rooms, would we want to integrate that into the community services department? So somebody would go online and see all of their options online. And I don't know if that's, like a budget response report or that's a planning item or.
I mean, I don't want to have to. I'd rather have them look at the multiple options and then come back to us with a recommendation. That's the intent is where you guys come with options goes to them or whatever commission it needs to go to, and it comes back to us eventually. Mike, Wazanski, I see your light come on.
Yeah, Susan covered it a little bit there. That's going to be a fairly comprehensive effort. Per your motion, you could have the commission do some exploration, give us some advice and some counsel. But ultimately, Susan, Cameron, myself, others are going to need to work with IT. We'll need to eventually bring back to you different module options. There may be additional software costs, maybe even both startup and ongoing. We're working through an online portal right now through our Munis system for permits, as you know. That's kind of our first priority. And there has to be collaboration between the online system and our pay system and our accounting structure to allow for folks to actually make the acquisition and pay whatever fees are necessary. So it's a great idea. It's something I think we can all put our hand up and say we're behind the times on, but that is going to be a multi-step process.
Okay, so would you rather have me strike that portion and put that into the strategic? Strategic plan is though. That's the problem. So
well, we're getting there on that too. That would be a great strategic plan item, and really, it's also a bit of a follow up to what we're doing in the permitting section. That to me is still our first priority as an interface.
Right, I agree with that. Okay, Yeah.
And then I'm sorry, on your other item, I just, we really, generally, we've always charged nonprofits for the meeting room. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that we only allowed nonprofits to book the meeting room at one time, but we've just opened it up to other types of groups. So revenue wise, I'm not sure we would want to.
Susan, if on approval, so it would, it's not just blanket usage of any 501c3 that comes in.
Okay.
We have the current, you mentioned that we have the current ones in place, right? So I would imagine those would continue on because those have been approved.
So those would be the ones that you're in your proposal, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but in your proposal that either a city staff member or council person served on the board in some capacity, those would then be waived the meeting room fee, and we could formally incorporate that into the meeting room policy, and then that could go back to the Library Commission for adoption.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I don't see Mike has his hand up.
I mean,
go ahead, Mike. We need to wrap this up, you guys. It's just taking too long.
It may be better if you've got the master fee is attached to the administrative report, and you can see it's broken down during not city-based, nonprofit, non-city-based, both during operating hours and then during after hours. And I think the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you can make changes like that unless you have a publicly noticed hearing. So to the master fee schedule. So I think what would be good is to give direction to staff. And you get the long-term one, which is we'd like the city to look at developing a 5-day notice period and long-term, we'd like the city to return to us with the practicality of having online reservations, and short-term, have the city return with documents to do all the things that all of you tentatively agreed upon in terms of changing the master fee schedule and changing the library rules. Was it the other community rules that you wanted to change as well? Or was
I think it's folded in there. Yeah,
right. So,
the community rooms.
Right. And if the council approves it, it doesn't need to go back to the library commission. Because if the council just have it come back to you and have staff, instead of debating it for the next hour and trying to wordsmith it, come back with what, is pretty clear what you'd like to see with the master fee schedule, but for a public hearing. And if you want to change it, you can change it, but staff can explain the rationale for why it's set up. And that can happen fairly quickly, just as long as it takes to notice the public hearing. And it's just the online, which will take a little longer. So that's okay, because we're going to have to put it in the library, North Library rules, the main library rules, the community meeting rules, and it's going to have to be explicit. And I thought Todd's, Councilman Lowenstein's amendment was great, so that it's clear that it's in the course of the business of a elected official or administrative. And so all of that, we can come back with actual language, a red line version of those documents for you to give thumbs up, thumbs down, or edit, and all of that will be specific. So if you can give that direction to staff, you won't have to go on as the mayor fears.
Yeah, we got to wrap this up, but thank you, Mike. That's a great summary, and I think it accomplishes what Councilmember Naranine was trying to do. Does it, Nils, or is there something missing?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately lays out the process that needs to unfold and come back to us. They've heard us. They can come back with these changes. We can review it and take it as is, or make some edits based on whatever. So,
and it'll be hearing. You can do whatever you want to the at that point.
But it lays out the process, and they heard what we said, and they know where this is going. So, all right, is that a motion or
so?
What?
So we need to make a motion then, right? Susan, do you want?
Okay, so from what I've heard is, what I've sort of heard is to bring back a revised library meeting room policy, looking at the lead time for booking, reducing the lead time for booking where that's feasible. Formalizing the waiving of meeting room fees when there's a city council person or city staff on a board in an official capacity. And
or C3 status.
With
No.
Okay,
well, whatever.
I think we have direction to staff. Like, for example, the main library rules, it's just changing E3. So it doesn't say such as, it says limited to 501c3. And we'll have to do something similar with the North Branch rules. And I don't see all the community rules. And so we'll do something similar with that. So to come back, we received direction to come back to you at whatever date you and the city manager can coalesce around with those changes to the meeting rooms, the meeting room rules and the master fee schedule. And then separately return in a longer time with the feasibility of implementing a online reservation service.
And we can put that in the street. So moved, that exact motion. Thank you very much. Put the online scheduling onto the strategic plan, Mike.
Perfect. Okay.
Talking to Louis.
Okay, is there a second? Anybody going to second that?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Councilmember MD.
So is this going to require, when this comes back, a budget modification?
No, the master
You would be adjusting for revenues. So
it's not a budget modification.
Not in our current revenue structure. I don't believe so. No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Boy, that was painful, but we got through it. So next up is item N1, discussion regarding the status of the AS generation station and approval of a resolution opposing amendment of the State Water Resources Control Board's once through cooling policy. So we got a presentation, and who's going to lead this? Joe?
I'll kick this off, Mayor. Briefly introduce a few folks. As Vic mentioned earlier in the meeting, there are a variety of blue folder items that have been provided tonight that you've already received and filed. Those should be noted as part of the record. Included in that is a PowerPoint presentation that's going to be given tonight by Will Solholt with Cosmont Companies that will touch on, among other things, the recent transaction and change of ownership structure for the AS power plant site. Talk a little bit about the valuation, the documents that have been recorded against the site. It does appear to be an ongoing transaction. There are a number of different materials involved here. There's assessments provided by the county. There's made in various AES documents in their financial reporting that suggest values for the site. So very complicated transaction. Will's going to do his best to try to sift through it and help everybody understand where we're at there. And then also as part of this, of course, is a resolution in opposition of the upcoming actions that we expect the Water Board to take on associated with the amendment to their once through cooling policy that will ultimately allow an extension of the Redondo Beach generating station, the AES site, for an additional 2 years of powering. So, the council's very aware of this. We've been objecting to that policy amendment for quite some time. This is our second full go round with it. It's been an ongoing battle. We're disappointed in that prospective action, and the resolution tonight that's before you would give you an opportunity to formally oppose that in that form. You've submitted multiple comment letters. A few of those have been attached to the staff report as a means of record. And really the admin report was a compilation of materials that have surrounded this property for the last few years. There's been a lot of activity at the site. We've talked about it in different formats, but this is really the first conglomeration of those various documents. And tonight with the blue folder, you have a pretty expansive list. So after we hear from Will, I should mention that Brandy Forbes is on as well. She's going to give you a quick presentation, very brief, about the status of the zoning in the site. There's been questions about that as well in the community, and Will be really handling the transaction and valuation. So with that, Will, feel free, I think, to share your screen and kind of take it away.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'll bring up this slideshow here. Can everybody
Maybe
see
introduce
now?
yourself, Will.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm Will Soholt with Cosmont Companies. We've been advising the city for a number of years on a variety of real estate, financial, and other related matters. Is that showing for everybody now?
Yeah, looks good, Will. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. So there we go. What we're talking about tonight are a series of 3 transactions, 2 of which occurred in 2018, and the third of which occurred in 2020 related to the AES power plant site. The first 2 were the former C-Lab site and then a portion of the parking lot adjacent to the Bay Club. And then the major property is the primary AES site. And we've got a summary here of some of the recorded documents that we've reviewed. These documents were initially recorded subsequent to the sales in 2018 and 2020. And then we've also got a little bit of a discussion about potential valuation and some of the other public documents that are available related to the transaction. A little bit of a primer on the transfer tax. So in California, under Revenue and Taxation Code, 2 sections you see here, the transfer tax can be levied exclusive of the value of any lien or encumbrance remaining on the property at the time of the sale. In this case, any ongoing obligations related to the purchase of the property would be a reduction potentially to the transfer value. And we'll see that, and we'll talk about that more in just a minute. And also, with the recording of a document, there must be a declaration of the amount of the tax due signed by the party that determined that tax, and that's usually the buyer and or the seller. That declaration must establish whether or not that value was or was not exclusive of the value of a lien or encumbrance on the property. And we're going to look at a couple of cases here. We've got 2 different cases with the 3 properties. With respect to a sample calculation in LA County, the property transfer tax is $1.10 per $1,000 in value. In the city of Redondo Beach, it's an additional $2.20 per $1,000 in value, so a total of $3.30 per $1,000 in value. As an example, a property with a transfer value of $10 million would have a $33,000 property transfer tax ascribed to it at the time of recording. Now, the 3 transactions, you can see a little bit more detail here. The first one, the former C-Lab property, identified by parcel ending in 16 and 17. This was, again, originally transferred in 2018. I say originally, it's only been transferred 1 time. The parking lot property adjacent to the Bay Club also transferred that same day, October 23rd, 2018, identified by parcel number 12. And then the primary AES site, this is comprised of 5 parcels. This was transferred formally on March 27th, 2020, and we'll talk about a little bit more detail when the transaction may have actually occurred a little bit earlier and then may have been recorded in 2020. So with respect to the former C-Lab property, the transfer tax in this case, the box was checked that it's computed on the full value of the property conveyed, so there's no liens reducing the value in this case. The transfer tax on the tax deed was $27,000 approximately, and the implied value from that transfer tax paid is $8.2 million. Here you've got a set of the documents that were recorded associated with this transaction. You've got the grant deed, a deed of trust, and in this case, the deed of trust is to the benefit of AES. You've got an easement agreement we understand to be related to the intake and outlet pipes associated with the power plant. And then a deed of trust for this property was subsequently recorded in 2020 with an assignment of leases. This is associated with a financing with a lien on this property, the C-Lab property, that occurred in 2020 in advance of the AES, the close on the primary AES property. So based on the transfer tax, we've got an $8.2 million value. That was as of October 23rd, 2018. Just for reference, this property is a little bit less than an acre. It's got about 11,000 square feet of built-in area and improvements on it. It is in coastal commercial 4 zone. And the assessor records ascribe the current assessed valuation essentially to that transfer value and the value implied by the transfer tax. So the 2019 base value was $8.2 million, representing approximately $9.6 million per acre. The next site, the parking lot property adjacent to the Bay Club. Again, the transfer tax in this case was computed on the full value of the property conveyed. The transfer tax on the front of the grant deed was approximately $2,600. The implied value, approximately $800,000. In this case, again, you have a grant deed recorded very closely after it was executed in 2018. You've got a similar deed of trust to the benefit of AES and a similar easement agreement. The valuation again reflects the transfer tax on the grant deed. It's about 1/4 of an acre, again in coastal commercial 4 zone. And the current assessed valuation that the assessor ascribes to the property has a base value in 2019 that matches the transfer value implied by the grant deed transfer tax. That represents about $3 million per acre. And then the primary property, there's a number of substantial documents associated with this one. First, we'll look at the recorded transaction. The transfer tax in this case, importantly, note the distinction that it was computed on the consideration or value less liens or encumbrances remaining at the time of sale. So this was not, in essence, as we saw in these other properties, computed on the full value of the property conveyed. The transfer tax on the grant deed was approximately $92,000. The implied value of the transaction as recorded is approximately $28 million. Excuse me, exactly $28 million in this case. We've got.
Can you stop there for a second? That's an important calculation right there, Will. I want everybody to understand this. That when this property transacted, a tax was paid based on really, I guess this was reported by the 2 parties that were involved in the transaction, and that's how they computed the transfer tax based on the value that AES and who they sold it to. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it can look at the documents again and see if it's whether it's both the buyer and the seller, or just the buyer or just the seller, but I would suspect it's at a minimum the buyer.
But is it fair to say that according to the buyer and the seller, that this property, this doesn't say how big it is, I guess later it does, it's about 50 acres, transacted for $28 million?
Correct, that the transaction in total, I think would be a more precise way to say it, the transaction in total changed hands for approximately $28 million. So the property...
I think a lot of people find that shocking, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. With respect to the documents, this document, the grant deed as recorded, was signed a year and a half prior to being recorded. So, excuse me, 6 months approximately prior to being recorded. So October 27, 2019, it was signed and then recorded March 27, 2020. In this case, we've got an environmental performance deed of trust that was also recorded with the document. You've got an open space covenant and option offer agreement. There's also a final closing assignment and assumption agreement. This is related to leases originally executed between the city and Southern California Edison. All of these recorded on the 27th. And then importantly, you've got this performance deed of trust document. And I say importantly because it gives us a few references as to potential structure. Within that performance deed of trust, there are references to a purchase and sale agreement. That purchase and sale agreement was dated in 2018, but this deed of trust basically ensures commitment of the buyer for the benefit of the seller to timely pay a deferred purchase price, however that may be defined in the purchase and sale agreement, to assume the assumed obligations, to assume the obligations upon the ground lease termination date, maintain the performance assurances, and with respect to pursuit of entitlements. Now, we don't know what these defined terms are, but if the defined terms are indicative of their definitions, you can get some read as to what additional terms might be outstanding related to this transaction.
Can I interrupt?
Thank you.
So to that point, and what Mayor Brand just said, right? When we were doing the AES subcommittee work with you and Larry, we in our months of work had estimated the sale price of this to be far, far higher than that. So based on the performance deed of trust area on there, right? Is it fair to assume then that this 28 million is more like a giant down payment, and that this obligation to timely pay the deferred purchase price is they have some agreement where there is an outstanding amount of monies that are to be paid for the purchase of this? Is that how I'm understanding that?
I think that would be a correct read of the tea leaves, that there are additional obligations and payments owed.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Now shifting gears a little bit from the recorded document to
let me interrupt again, Will. And I just want to point out to everybody in the public that the purchase price that was reported to the county and to the city was $28 million. So after all this, it's a lot of unknowns, but they agreed to a $28 million purchase. That was what was reported to the city and the county. What happens from here on out, we don't know. Obligation to assume obligation, we have no idea what that is. Timely paid deferred purchase price, that implies that if the buyer doesn't meet that then the property ownership reverts back somehow. There's all kinds of unknowns in all this that we don't know anything about. So there was appraisals done on this site. I mean, where we're going with this is that we the only figure we can really hang any hat on with any clear understanding is that $28 million figure. Everything else is speculation on our part because we don't know.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of unknowns here. Shifting gears a little bit from the recorded document to valuation. So we saw and talked about the $28 million net of encumbrances. That value is as of March 27, 2019. Overall property, these 5 parcels, so not including the C-Lab piece, not including the parking lot adjacent to the Bay Club. Total property is approximately 49.2 acres. Just for reference, the zoning on the majority of parcels here is public generating plant. This little triangular sliver that is in front of the Redondo Beach Hotel as their parking lot is designated as a commercial 3A zone. But now we get into some of the assessor records subsequent to the recording of the transaction. It often takes the assessor a period of time to review the transaction and ascribe an assessed valuation. Given the liens and encumbrances on the property and potentially other factors we don't know of, the assessed value in this case for portions of the property do not match the transfer value as recorded. The 2 properties parcels ending in 819 and this very small piece of property here, it's almost hard to see, ending in 820, those remain, we think, as we'll talk about in a minute, under a leaseback agreement to provide for the continuing operation of the power plant. Those have 0 assessed value or realize a full exemption from property taxes. The balance of the site, parcels ending in 14, 15, and 13, yes, 13. So these 3 pieces here are currently assessed by the assessor with a 2020 base value at about approximately $66.6 million. So substantially more than the 28 million for a fraction of the overall site. That works out to approximately 2.99 million per acre for these parcels.
You know where he got that number, Will? Do you have any idea where the assessor, he or she, came up with that?
We don't know. It's my understanding that they will review recorded documents. If a seller wishes to provide them with additional documentation, they can do that, but we don't know how they establish that value. Additional information is available in AES's public filings, their quarterly report for Q1 2020, as well as their 2020 annual report. There's a few notes in there that are of interest. One is that the buyer assumed obligations, and this may be in reference to the defined term assumed obligations that we talked about in the performance deed of trust, but obligations related to litigation against the California Coastal Commission regarding wetlands on the property. And this is really related, as we understand it, to the restoration of a certain number of acres on the property for wetlands. So the buyer is taking on that obligation related to that litigation. There's also additional mention of a deferred sales price or proceeds, as well as a leaseback. So a portion of the sales proceeds were deferred, it says. Of note as well, at least at that time in March 2020, it was expected that non-current receivables, this could be deferred proceeds or other, will be collected by December 2021. So coming up here within the next few months. Additionally, it was noted that AES, Redondo Beach would lease back the land from the purchaser to, in essence, maintain the operation of the power plant until that was no longer permitted. There's also a note about the land's carrying value at $24 million, and it said the note stated that it resulted in a pre-tax gain on sale of $41 million. That implies an approximately $65 million transaction, but unknown if there's other math or accounting going on behind that.
Can you go back to the previous slide, Will?
Thank you.
I wanted to see something. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought I saw something else. Apologies.
Thank you. So in summary, you've got the transaction of the C-Lab property in October of 2018 for $8.2 million. You've got the parking lot property also transacting in October of 2018 for approximately $800,000 or $0.8 million. And then the primary AES site, this was dated October 2019. I will make a note that I think the copy of the presentation, if it was included in the blue folder, had this as 2018. The correct number is dated October 2019, recorded in March of 2020 for $28 million. These recorded documents also reference an October 5, 2018 purchase and sale agreement. And that October 5 date would be in advance of the sale and transaction of both the C-Lab and the parking lot property. So this conceivably and understandably would be part of a larger structured transaction, if you will. Again, there are references in the recorded documents to additional payment due, additional buyer obligations, and those are also substantiated by the AES filings. Bottom line, the assessor based 2020 valuation for the bulk of the main site, or portions of the main site, 22.3 acres, is $66.63 million. The overall site's approximately 49.2 acres. And then, as mentioned previously as well, portions of the AES property that are still associated with power generation are exempt from property taxes, and to be determined how that might be appraised if that use ceases to continue. With that, happy to continue to answer questions. I'll take it off the share screen, but I can also bring these slides back if helpful.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions right now, Will. So yeah, go ahead. If you have more.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well,
think
thanks
that
for
last point, Will, if you could just reiterate that, there is the assessed value that we've got from the county at this point does not include that area that's still relevant for power generation. And there will be a time whenever that plant ceases to function where it will then be reassessed in the aggregate, correct, Will? So we don't know how the county views the full 50 acres of the property from a valuation standpoint. We don't know that.
That's correct.
And that unknown is probably going to linger until the generation ceases to exist.
And Mike, if I could just add, Mr. Mayor, this is really what you have is a highly structured transaction over multiple parcels with credits and performance deeds of trust that could be related to remediation, could be related to the use of the power plant for a period of time, could be related to performance credits. In other words, if entitlements are achieved, would there be a different value that could be distributed among the seller and the buyer? I point this out because we see this in our practice. This is a complicated, highly structured transaction, and without the benefit of all the background documentation, including and not limited to the purchase and sale agreement itself, there's really no way to tell how this unravels or unfolds over the next period of time.
Larry, let me ask you a question. What ultimately drives value? Doesn't zoning ultimately drive value? I mean, what you can build there and use to project out a value of a property?
There are at least two things, in my view, that drive value for a commercial piece of property. Existing revenue, right, like leasehold revenue, net of expenses. And then another driver of value is if you can recharacterize the use of a property, zoning, entitlements, and get those entitlements vested, meaning that you can exercise on them without challenges. That could drive another set of values that would be even higher than existing lease values, for example.
There was AES had to enter into their financial statements with the SEC, or 10K in 2020 specifically, how they valued this transaction. I don't know, Will, can you address that, or Larry?
Yeah, happy to, Mayor. And so
it's one of the documents in our report.
Yeah, thank you. So they reported the specific language we have from their 10K as well as the land's carrying value was $24 million, resulting in a pre-tax gain on sale of $41 million. So to me, that implies a $65 million transaction, 24 plus 41. That could be a net number, i.e. net of commissions, things like that might be expressed by others differently. It could also be a portion of total proceeds. It's tough to say how that is accounted for by AES, how the overall transaction is accounted for, and if deferred purchase prices, things like that, were rolled into that figure.
And Mayor, the 10K also confirms that, and they make the statement that AES will continue to lease back the land from the purchaser for the remainder of the generating facility's useful life. So that's confirmed in the 10K filing as well.
Yeah, so I guess that just further illustrates that there's different parties involved in this that have different views of the valuation of it. It was on the market for several years. And we had conversations with a lot of potential purchasers, and ultimately that was driving the value for them, and the zoning didn't allow much of what they wanted or any of what they wanted to do. In fact, me and Larry sat with Mike Witsansky and the developers of Terranea. And when they looked at this and they saw the complexities of it and what the zoning was, their response was, so this land is basically worth nothing. And I couldn't argue with them based on, what was available there. So a lot of people have a lot of different views of what the value of this land is. As I said earlier on, the only thing you hang your hat on truly is the value that they based their transfer tax on, that was clearly $28 million, which is close to what the carrying capacity AES gave in their 10K statement. But with that, I mean, let's just turn to Brandy Forbes. Brandy, could you explain the zoning and what's allowable there?
Sure. The site, aside from that little sliver that Will mentioned, that C3A sliver that's in front of the hotel, the site itself is the PGP zone. So this site is located in the coastal zone. It falls under the Coastal Land Use Plan Implementing Ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 5. Basically, we refer to that as our coastal zoning. Any zoning designation changes would not only have to be reviewed to determine if Article 27 of the Charter is triggered, requiring a public ballot measure for any change, but any approved zoning amendment, because it's in that coastal zone, would require Coastal Commission certification. Per the Redondo Beach zoning map, the AES site is, like I mentioned, the PGP generating plant zone. The power lines that go east of there is the PROW, or right-of-way zone. The regulations for the public and institutional zones that apply were included in your blue folder item. Currently, the only uses allowed in the PGP zone that the AES site is designated are the permitted uses are parks, parkettes, open space, recreational facilities, beaches, and coastal bluffs. And then there are conditional uses, public buildings and parks, recreation areas, open space areas and beaches, and public utility facilities. And also included in that blue folder, we provided the definition of public utility facility. Basically, what is the electric generating plant is what qualifies it as a public utility facility. So those are the only uses that are allowed and the only permitted ones outright without requiring a conditional use permit are the parks, parkettes, open space, recreational facilities, beaches, and coastal bluffs.
So residential development and commercial development are not permitted uses?
No. And this particular use has been there since before our zoning. So it's doesn't have a conditional use permit because it was already a pre-existing, it falls under non-conforming use. So any changes to it would require a conditional use permit. As a matter of fact, they actually had to come for one to change some of the electrical transmission back in, I'm going to say that was in 2000. They for selective catalytic reduction technology. They actually had to come for a conditional use permit for that. So any changes even to that power plant would require a CUP, but because it's been used as that for so long, it doesn't currently have a CUP for the plant itself.
Yeah, no, thanks, Brandy. One of the big issues we're concerned about really is a week from now, the Water Board, California State Water Resources Control Board, will be considering whether to allow the extended operation of the plant. They had previously, back in 2010, set a retirement date for December 31st, 2020. And that was going to be the end of the operation of the power plant because they had not retooled not to use the ocean to cool it. And that was their plan. That's why they had it up for sale over the last 4 or 5 years. So now, obviously, we're not too happy about that. They extended it for 1 year. So a week from today, hopefully members of the public will show up to the Water Board hearing, express their frustration, dissatisfaction, and opposition to any continued extension of operation of the power plant. But what's interesting, too, is how much money AES gets just for being on the ready. It's very lucrative for them. I don't know, Mike Kwiatkowski, if you're able to talk to Bill Powers earlier today. I've been in consultations with many people for many years over this and how much money they make. And I will say there were 2 appraisals for this property back in 2003, 2004, which anybody can go look at the May 20th, 2004 Planning Commission meeting at Redondo Beach. Those appraisals are buried in that staff report. And one of the appraisals was just based on the comparative sales method and what it was zoned for. It came out as low as about $25 million. So based on the zoning that they had. But the other appraisal based it on the income approach, which used the tolling agreement that they had with a contract they had at the time with Williams Company. And they came out with a higher figure. But obviously that winds down as the agreement winds down, and the agreement actually came to an end in 2018. So it's all very complicated, folks. There's valuations flying all over the place. And again, it just goes back to being able to hang your hat on that $28 million, because that figure is not accurate. If it's more than that, then clearly the purchaser, the seller owes more in transfer property taxes. So
yeah, and I think to that point, Mayor, you mentioned Bill Powers, a licensed professional engineer who's, as you've stated in the past, has monitored this industry for 30 plus years. He's been on both sides of the equation, whether it's working for the industrial operators in their permitting phase or working for NGOs, as they look to understand the impacts of these types of facilities. But Bill's estimate in very plain language is that each year that the AES site is asked to be on the ready, kind of an adequacy readiness sort of approach, procurement, he estimates that it might be generating somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million a year in revenue for the operator. So no mistake, this once through cooling policy adjustment is big money for the power plant operator, in this case, AES. And there's a clear reason as to why there's incentive for both the power plant property owner and the operator to see that amendment approved next week.
Yeah, the longer it gets extended, the more money they make. So, and it's a lot of money, $40 million just to be on the ready. And that's before they turn on. And once they turn on, they also get paid for that. And, they're supposed to be available. They're not always, and they get called on and they can't start up. And, things happen. And then I guess they get the money anyway. But anyway, it's a long, complicated story. I'm hoping that we pass this resolution opposing it. And a lot of people show up. I'll be showing up, and we'll be getting letters from, County Supervisor Hahn and State Senator Bennell and Assemblymember Miritsuchi opposing it. So, we got to continue to show up and make it clear to the Water Board that they should be sticking to the retirement dates they set 11 years ago now. So anyway, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Has anyone questioned the assessor on how they arrived at these figures?
Well, I think you told me calling the office and seeking that information. Do you have anything to report?
Yeah, we've definitely talked to the office. We haven't talked to the individual assessor. It's something we continue to follow up on, but we don't have clarity on how they made their determination as of yet.
So if there's no clarity in terms of either the valuation or the ownership of the property, we talked about a leaseback structure, then how can we potentially consider this property as part of our housing element if we don't know who owns the land?
I suggest we know the legal entities, the stack of legal entities that are on the recorded grant deed. So we know that, but for the balance of the question, I'll defer.
That would be a question probably for Brandy than anybody else, I think, right? Brandy, generally speaking, if you submit this for the housing element, you have to have a pretty good idea of the track record of who's has ownership to the deeds in the property. If it's a leaseback structure, that's not very clear. Or if it were clear, then they'd be assessed for a much higher value, wouldn't they?
I don't know that that's the level of detail that HCD would look for. It would depend on if you added that as part of the housing element. Then they may ask more questions about the ownership. But at this point, that's not something we'd submitted to them.
Okay. Well, let me read you something from a publication called CoStar, which came out in May of 2020. I'm going to read you this excerpt, see what you think of it. The Redondo Beach property provides a significant opportunity to a developer as one of the largest pieces of prime coastal land to sell in Los Angeles County's recent history. But it also came with an expensive land price for the area. Postelnikov bought the site, that's Leo Postelnikov, bought the site in two separate deals from AES, which still operates the plant as a backup power system. He did not disclose financial terms of his recent purchases, but two sources familiar with the deal who were unauthorized to speak on the issue said the developer paid roughly $150 million for the 51-acre power plant site in March. So basically, if that were the case, and it's not obvious to the county assessors, the assessment would be much, much higher than $28 million, would it not? If it's $150 million?
I'm familiar with the reference CoStar. I think if you look at the exemption and the portion of the property that's exempt versus that has been assessed, I think you come to a number that is very similar to what's purported in that document. What's unknown is what other obligations are included in that number as deducts, as an example, or additional costs. I think that,
And Will, I was just going to say, and just a point of clarification, and we've said this, but the recorded transaction value based on the transfer tax that Will has cited at $28 million is different than the now appraised value of $66 million plus the unknown, the holdback for the exempted property that's still powering. So those are sort of two separate things, just to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. The $28 million was the transfer tax value. The current assessment now is at $66 million based on the county assessor's actions.
But that wouldn't be an extraordinary, even for a property that's considered a brownfield property on the coast, that would be incredibly low assessment for 51 acres along the coast.
I think you've got to, with respect to the 66 million, Councilmember. So that 66 million is exclusive to 22 acres, 22.3 acres.
Holding tanks are where right, exactly.
Correct. So there is, the balance of the property enjoys an exemption at this time. So the balance of the 27 acres enjoys an exemption.
Yeah, I find that hard to understand how it enjoys an exemption, but I don't know enough about property tax law to understand it. So here's why I actually decided to bring this up. As Bill mentioned last week, I brought this up because next week we've got this hearing in front of the State Water Board. And, you know, I think one of the things that's been missing over the last couple of years is a complete uniformity of opinion on the council in terms of where we need to be and a degree of solidarity. I mean, there's a number of threats that we're facing based on acquiring the land. One is obviously AES wanting to operate, make lots of money, continue to make money, not really be involved. You've got Leo Postolnikoff, who's, you know, saying his property is worth 28 million, but then, you know, CoStar saying it's worth 150 million. He continues to operate, make millions of dollars. I don't think we need to go over much detail in terms of the State Water Board and CAISO, but, you know, CAISO continues to basically, like any megawatt they can get a hold of. And I don't see an end to this. I don't think any of us see an end to this operating. But I also want to point out this, that I'm very concerned. I know three of us are on the same page. I'm not so concerned. In the words of Christian Anthony Horvath, I'm concerned, our residents, Redondo residents, concerned about where this is headed in terms of our council solidarity. Last week, we had Councilmember MD and the acquiescence of Councilmember Horvath proposing to put 800 units on this land after 3 very conclusive elections that this should not be developed with density. And then we have, you know, another time, a couple of weeks before that, where Councilmember Horvath suggested that we rezone the dirt farm, which is adjacent to this, after receiving a contribution from the same owner, and suggesting that we can change the land use designation for this. We've had Measure B, where we've said we don't want the density, and we had, you know, I didn't have backing from Councilmember MD on this. I worked hard on that campaign. Councilmember Nair and I worked hard on that campaign where we didn't want to put density down there, and yet nobody, those two spoke against that. Measure A, the same thing. So how are we going to go in front of the State Water Board as a unified council when we have potentially 2 council members working against us in this? I don't see enough effort on their part, and quite honestly, I see opposition on their part and wanting to put dense housing on that, when we all agree that we want to put at least 50% of that, if possible, into open space. I don't understand that. How do we present a unified front to the State Water Board? This is why it's important for us to all be on the same page, whether it's the facts behind this, that we're telling our elected officials up at Sacramento everything that's happening, and that we work together to do this. And I just don't see that from 2 of my council members, especially when they're asking to put density there. That's why this is important that we get this all out in the open before we get this in front of the State Water Board on Tuesday, because we're facing a very uphill battle here. And if they're following any of our council meetings, they're seeing that not everybody is on the same page, that we want this power plant to end and that we want this as open space. And so that's why I brought this up in front. I'm sure I'll get comments back, but I think it's really important that we represent a unified front. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
So let me address Councilmember Lowenstein's comments because I think they're outrageous. So Todd, let me point out that this council has been unified actually on the approach and the strategies as it relates to the AES site for at least the past 4 years. I brought to this council the fact that they were going to extend the property. Nobody else was aware of that. Luckily, serving on the CPA board, I got that information. I brought that to us in the fall of 2019, and we were able to start taking action right away. I, along with you, along with Mayor Brand, I think Councilmember Obaji showed up at a recent one in the spring, have testified multiple times in front of the State Water Board. I've actually used actual math to show them why it's not needed to operate continuously. So to sit there and say that we're not on the same page is absolutely ridiculous. We have been on the same page, and I think we continue to be on the same page. But I think what you're equating is apples and oranges. We're having a discussion that surrounded a housing element, and Councilwoman MD and I were simply talking about the equitable distribution of RENA allocations throughout the city. That's it. And by the way, we really didn't get to talk about it because Councilwoman MD made a motion and nobody wanted to talk about it. So you made a substitute motion, and we actually never had a discussion around it. Okay, you gave us your reasons why you didn't want to do that, and that moved forward, and that's where our draft housing element went, and that's where our final housing element went. But we never really had a discussion about it. Also, we had at least 500 comments over like a 6-week period from residents also requesting an equitable distribution of those housing units, and a lot of them were asking for it placed at the AES site. Now, that's not to say that there weren't past ballot measures or discussions or issues over a 15-year period or more about what people wanted to see at that site. That clearly is up for grabs and is something that probably has to be reevaluated. But it's also incredibly disingenuous to insinuate that there would never be housing there, because you sat on the subcommittee with me and the mayor, and we very well knew that probably anything that would happen at that site would require some small fraction of housing. Could be small. I think one of the smallest numbers you and I heard one day was maybe 100 units, right? I think the mayor said he didn't want any, but 100 units I think was the smallest we heard during one of our meetings. Now, I don't know what Mr. Postilnikoff was thinking about or planning, but clearly there was some housing that he was proposing, and there were people on the side of the equation that doesn't want to see housing there that were willing to accept it, because we were discussing the potential of having half of that site given to us or sold to us, granted to us, whatever the final term would be, as parkland. So we were trying to work, and in my mind, trying to compromise and find a solution that would have worked for everybody. Would it have been completely ideal maybe for your philosophy? Absolutely not. But the thing is, we wanted to get something, and I think we were working towards that. But conflating that, like, we're not on the same team because we're approaching the equitable distribution of RENA and using that site as a possibility because it could be a possibility to absorb some of that, that's silly. We never got to have, the numbers that Councilwoman MD put on her spreadsheet were kind of, it was literally in a spreadsheet so that there could be a discussion. I don't think there was ever any anticipation that the number she had on there would stick. But again, we never got to discuss that. So I think we are on the same page. I don't think any of us wants to see the continuation of the power plant. It was supposed to end on January 1st, 2020, and it didn't. I think we all wanted that. I think we would all like to see the power lines go away. I think we would all like to see, a park that stretches from the AES site up to Dominguez Park. So I just, I don't appreciate that, because it's not fair to say that we are not in agreement here. Now, if you don't want me to show up next week and testify like I have been, then tell me. But I'm going to be there doing the same thing I've done the past 3 times, even though it's probably futile because they're clearly not listening to us. And by the way, when we went before the State Water Board last year, I recall that one of those people on the board made a comment about not wanting this to have to come back to them. They specifically called out Redondo Beach and said that they hope that this doesn't come before them. I'm sure that they're going to swallow those words next Tuesday. and we won't see it end in the way we would like to see it end. But with that said, I think we all want to see something happen down there. I think we want to see something generative. I think we want to see open space. I think we want to see the power lines come down. And I think your comments were completely baseless. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Well, I don't have to repeat everything that Mr. Horvath said because I agree with all of those statements. The only one that's making this council not be cohesive are comments like that, in which you take every opportunity to try to slam everybody and conflate all the different issues that we discuss to be able to make this, to make your point, and that you obviously don't want to get along. And you've made it very clear that it doesn't matter what we have to say. You don't want to hear it. So to say that we're the ones that are the problem is really disingenuous.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Well, my first foray into Redondo Beach politics was Measure B, and that was a ballot measure that was written by the landowner, an outside entity, an outside organization for the betterment of that particular land group. And that ballot measure was soundly defeated by Councilman Lowenstein and his group, which I helped that out. And Christian Horvath and Laura MD were both in favor of that, adding 650.
That's not true. That's
you
not
weren't?
True.
Really?
That was not
the floor.
true. That
So
was
I got the
not
floor.
true. That is
And
not true.
Hey, Laura, let him finish. You can put your hand up and counter
so,
everything.
But he can't say
adding density like that to that area is a key marker of what Mayor Brand has been fighting against since the heart of the city. So since this property has changed hands so many times, is there a map? I don't know who can answer this, but is there a map of the contamination on the site that includes the parcels that are contaminated and where the contamination is? Do we have anything like that? I'm not sure who in staff. Do we know?
Well, I can answer that to some extent that the AAS is required to file reports with the Department of Toxic Substance Control every year and even quarterly to some extent. So the contamination on the site's well characterized. Last I checked, they had 48 wells sunk, and that they do regular testing. So this is nothing new. Everybody thinks somehow it's a super fun site. It's not. There's plenty of power plant sites in California that are remediated with or without tank farm contamination. So yeah, it's well characterized.
Yeah, I know it's well characterized, but I'm looking at the value and regarding the wetlands. I mean, some of these parcels have wetlands deemed to be on it. How does that deal with the value? I mean, what's the value of a wetland area that shall be restored as per Coastal Commission? How does that affect the parcels and the value?
Mm-hmm.
It generally reduces the value in terms of how it should be appraised and assessed, at least in our conversations. But the remediation question, I think you're asking a bigger one, and that goes to Will's point in the PowerPoint, which is, what are the ongoing obligations that the new property owner has taken on as part of the agreement? We believe it includes the environmental remediation requirements, any environmental liability that would be associated with cleanup. So now, does that come off the appraised value in the final calculation and reduce the number? Does the assessor, buy those arguments? I'm sure when this is all said and done, the owner is going to want the assessor to devalue the property to the extent that they can. Now, whether or not they'll represent it as having greater value to the private community, that's another matter. But the environmental liability obligations for wetlands, things of that nature, do reduce, I think, the constructive value of the property. I don't know, Larry?
Correct. Yeah, those would be deducts in addition to wetlands. From the revenue approach, at least, that Larry was talking about earlier, wetlands have a value certainly to the public and public space and open space, but from a valuation perspective, they don't contribute unless there's some sort of ancillary benefit to other uses adjacent. that get to enjoy that space of the wetlands. Additionally, there's a deduct effectively to value for the actual cost of restoring those wetlands. So those both would reduce the value from an appraised basis, at least. If you're triangulating in purchase price, it depends how a transaction is structured. Those could be, in essence, grossed up. Those are added to the purchase price, and the seller gets a credit back to complete the remediation, things like that. So it's tough to say how that could affect the transaction value, but from an appraised utility value, and utility not to be conflated with the power generation plant, but from an appraised value, in essence, those would be certainly deducts to the overall value of the site.
Okay. And what about the EIFD? How does this affect the EIFD on that particular site? It's kind of in hold and limbo state right now. We get this. What's the value going to be at a later date? I mean, how does that affect the EIFD right now? What we're dealing with? Can we get an update on that as well? Can I have a follow-up question on that?
Sure.
Larry, you want to take that?
Sure. So as everyone remembers and recalls, the EIFD establishes upon completion of the EIFD as a district, it freezes the base of the property tax being paid by or received by the city, and then going forward, any incremental value that's brought can be recaptured by the public financing authority in which the property that manages the EIFD, in which the property exists. So that our EIFD, the Redondo Beach EIFD, is still in process. To the extent that any valuation hits the tax records, just like the 28 million so far, and maybe some more as it goes along, unless we record the EIFD and get it approved, there is no accrual to the public financing authority. It's still in advance of the start of the EIFD. Now, let's say at some point, the rest of this property transaction appears in its full splendor, and we actually have we have an understanding of all the adjustments, modifications, deducts, whatever you would like to call them. All the properties are now included instead of the two pieces that are now exempt, supposedly. And we one day have this magical net price. If that appears before the EIFD completes, then that's just the property tax that the city and the other taxing agencies would get as if no EIFD existed. However, if the EIFD gets established after that point, and then there is development, new development, whether that's office or retail or a hotel, whatever, the valuation of those development projects when they hit the ground and open up would be new tax revenue that would accrue to the EIFD and the public financing authority that runs it. And as you recall, the proposed infrastructure financing plan that was to be approved with the EIFD called for the use of those additional revenues to pay for wetlands remediation, infrastructure, park space, open space, and other roadway and parking improvements that were really under a large umbrella of public amenities and infrastructure. So that's really where we are. We're essentially stopped now until we know more about the property, and to the extent we ever fulfill the EIFD and something subsequently gets developed after the formation of the EIFD, the EIFD would then be the beneficiary of those new tax values, which it could use to improve the property as identified in the infrastructure financing plan.
Okay.
Let me just interrupt for a second, if you don't mind. Let me put that a little bit more in plain English, and thank you for Larry, because I did follow it, but I don't think hardly anyone else did. Okay. Ultimately, what happened was because of the offer going back from the potential at the time new owner of 25 acres for $2 million an acre, that set many things in motion, and that was into an agreement, but it was a written offer that was made, and so that set many things in motion, and that was the forming of an EIFD, Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. It also included the power line property. It also initiated great interest from the state. We actually got a placement in a bond that was approved by the voters of California to help with us purchasing that 25 acres. County Supervisor Janice Hahn pushed the IFD. That is a county financing district. And what that accomplished was the ability to divert future property tax increment based on that increased value from the redevelopment back to that site, to the tune of about $100 million over 30 years, depending on how those valuations popped out. But that's what really was driving an incredible process that had been set up. And there was coordination with the Coastal Commission, the State Coastal Conservancy, the Wildlife Conservation Board, the County of Los Angeles, the city, the neighboring Hermosa Beach, not to mention our state legislators, Ben Allen and Almer Suchi, who met at the AS site with AS and them. So everything was so well lined up and the dominoes were set up and we were really, really moving well. Until the prospect of these extensions of the power plant operation, which we heard earlier is worth $40 million a year, dropped on the table. All of a sudden, that offer for $2 million an acre after mediation was gone. And with that went all the momentum, everything we had done, everything we had accomplished up to that point, really unprecedented cooperation between all the various agencies and the potential seller was really headed down a great road. So I would argue that the potential new buyer and the current owner at the time really should have turned around to the community and everyone that was working on this and said, hey, look at these extensions. There's a lot of money here. We can continue to work together, but this is, something we need to consider and continue to work on that great progress that we were making. But it all got undermined. At that point, it all came to a big, giant halt. And there's more extensions on the line. And so that all got blown up. So a lot of people don't know that, but the state awarded the city $4.8 million, right? And another $500,000, and there was more coming. But that's kind of all out the window right now. So as a result of those extensions, and they continue, and so that's why people need to show up. One of the reasons, anyway, many other reasons, not to mention that it pollutes our community and blights our waterfront and continues to. So anyway, I'm sorry, Nils. I just wanted to put things in plain English so that people watching try to figure out what the heck is going on here.
Yeah, so we can continue on with the EIFD once we get more clarity on the property itself, correct?
Well, an important element of the EIFD is property owner agreement.
Right. It's a self-assessment.
No longer.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was going to make, Mayor. It's difficult to form a district when your primary property owner isn't interested in participating. So we would likely need to see a bit of a change of heart for us to be successful in that endeavor.
Okay. Real quick, I thought, Will, that little section of electrical lines that went on to the SC end of the AES property, that was SCE property. Is that on the northeast side of the corner? That's AES property. It's not SCE property. I thought SCE carved it out as their own. The switching yard. You're muted.
Will, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm going to try and pull up
I believe that's an easement, isn't it, Will?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
It is an easement.
I'll share the screen here again. You're talking about kind of in this area, or this? There's I believe a
further
switch
out
yard
to
in
the
this
right.
area.
Look to
This
the
right
right
here.
Yeah, that's the power grid. Yeah.
Power grid, switching yard.
Yeah, and we can look into that. I believe it is an easement, and this is part of the property that's assessed.
Yeah, no worries. I thought it was their property. SCE, maybe they indicated as an easement.
Yeah, it's an SCE maintains an easement into that space.
Okay.
And which I'm sure is subject to this transaction agreement here.
Okay. The other question I had was on the parking lot. If you throw that map up again, on the other side of the road, the parking lot's worth $800,000. Just real quick, how is that parking lot worth that one? How is that worth $800,000? There's no revenue being able to produce on it. Isn't that in effect still easement as well?
Yeah, we can dig a little deeper if desired to see if there's any revenue that flows. Obviously, Bay Club has their property there. That's, I believe, a lease to the city, if I'm not mistaken. Mike may know
Well,
better.
it sits inside a broader master leasehold with now the Ginsburg Company. But that is whether it's worth $800,000 or not. I think that is what the new owner paid for the remnant. I think that's the real crux of the question.
Correct. I would say that in a transaction like this, I would look at it more cohesively, that these elements could be potentially a down payment of some sort. And this could be, the $800,000 could be an amount that was available in 1031 exchange, and or that this party was interested in putting into the overall transaction. So it may not tie directly to value. It may be more tied to the overall transaction.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
And Nils, if I could, I believe the easement runs the other way in this case, where the new owner of the power plant site might have the property in fee, but there's an easement that limits what can and can't be done on that site, including, I think, the maintenance of parking there as an opportunity for the adjacent property user.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in closing, it's all about your zoning and what you're able to do with it. You know, they just bought a large contaminated piece of property with a park. Thank you for going over this. This is fantastic. And, you know, I think we as a council can definitely find agreement with the fact that we don't want this there anymore. We want a large park there to be there. And, you know, that's the residents have stated that. That's why we're here, to get more park space and open space. And at the end of the night here, Dodgers are up 5-1. So there you go.
It's important. To the point, really, that everybody's on the same page about, and that is that they're opposed to future operation of the power plant or having a new power plant there. I've been out this 20 years, and pretty much since the beginning, people wanted to see the power plant sunsetted. And we've all been marching in lockstep to accomplish that. Where we are not on the same page, Councilmember Horvath, is the idea of future uses there. And I did not support Measure B, and many other people did, including yourself. So, and then you said recently that there's going to have to be residential development there, and I disagree with that. That is not necessarily true at all. And we never came to some sort of agreement that there was going to have to be residential there. And the public, in fact, at every opportunity has voted not to have residential development there, going back to 2005 and the advisory vote. There was a plan there to have some residential there and a park, and the public basically soundly rejected it, especially when you look at the ballot language. So yeah, pick your initiative. Every time the public gets an opportunity, they're voting not to have big development on that site. And why should we? I mean, we're at 11,000 residents per square mile. We're park poor. And this is what our waterfront needs, really, a beautiful public amenity. And that's where we diverge, in the sense that, you know, I'm focused on that. And I think the public's been focused on that, not deciding that there's got to be residential development there, and that's how we get there. So yeah, no, zone for parks and public utility. It's been zoned that for a long time now. And I was taken aback when you and Councilmember MD suggested you were going to rezone it for 800 units with no concessions whatsoever. I mean, that's absurd. Talk about silly. You just hand 800 units with no concessions whatsoever of any kind, just upzone it for 800 units. That, to me, that was just an anathema to everything that all the public votes have been done, and certainly everything I've been working towards for 20 years. If there was ever kind of some sort of upzoning of that sort, there should definitely be covenants attached to it. You don't start with handing them 800 residential units. But anyway, we're here tonight to accept this information and pass a resolution opposing further extension. We're all on the same page of this. This is a great snapshot of where we're at. I think it clears up a lot of questions that people have been having. There's been a lot of numbers flying around, a lot of rewriting of history. And as you can see, evaluation all the way from the people that built Terranea was 0 to $150 million reported by CoStar. So where they got that, who knows? And where the county assessor got his value, who knows? That would be a nice thing to follow up on, though, to see how he came up with that number on that particular piece of property. So anyway, we're not really doing anything tonight. You guys are arguing, apparently, old stories, but we do want to oppose that resolution, or I'm sorry, support that resolution opposing any further extension. And as many people that can show up next Tuesday at 9:30, the water board, the better. So with that, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so let me just make a few other corrections. And I'll just start with your comments, Mayor Brand. You know, you're right. When I was a candidate in 2014, 2015, I did voice support for Measure B. And, you know, since then, and it didn't pass, but since then, we have kind of congealed around what I would call a lockstep view of what we should do there for the most part. And never once in our AES subcommittees did I propose that there should be housing there. As a matter of fact, you have heard me say in meetings with AES and with their real estate agents that my residents did not want housing there. I've been very vocal about that in those meetings. So to kind of insinuate otherwise is unfortunate. With that said, what I did say tonight in my comments was that we were told as a part of our process that there was the likelihood that any developer, anybody that was going to do something generative there, especially if we were going to try to get any type of parkland out of it, that there was going to be need. They would most likely request residential. That's not to say that the public would vote for it. I'm just telling you telling you and the public here what we heard. So that's up to the owner of the property. You know, to the comments that you made, you're right. The property owner had the ability to come around and talk to the people and tell them what was going on and talk about this in a more open and transparent way, and that didn't happen. And they have the ability to talk about what they want to do there down the line, and then it would be as a result of Article 27 up to the public as to whether they want to support that or not. But there will have to be some type of compromises on our part to get parkland. I don't think we're going to get 50 acres of parkland. That's just my perspective. It's not that I wouldn't like to see it there. I just don't know that it's going to happen. And I'm open to having those discussions and talking about what does a compromise look like, and how do we get something that is both beneficial to the city and potentially, of course, beneficial to whoever that property owner is. Clearly, that is a dance between us and them, and I would rather see us working together than at odds. There was another comment made earlier by Councilmember Lowenstein also regarding the Pumandari site, which is what we sometimes refer to as the dirt lot. Just to correct, during that housing element discussion this spring, I didn't say I wanted to put anything there. I asked a question. It was a little bit confusing to see all the other areas around there were potentially changing zoning as a result of what the GPAC had done, except for that one site. And so it seemed a little odd to me that it was staying zoned in one way, but everything around it was having a little bit of flexibility built in. And so I did ask a question around that. I didn't suggest or try to rezone that because, again, we weren't really given an opportunity to weigh in on that conversation. And secondly, regarding Mr. Pumandari, you are correct. Mr. Pumandari did donate to me. And within a couple of weeks of that donation, I found out that there were some issues with him in another city. And I also found out that he was a property owner, and I returned that donation. So, I mean, I'm not really understanding why that's brought up, because I did the right thing. I returned the money so that there would not be a conflict of interest or the the perception of impropriety on any level, and there never has been. And Mr. Pumandari has never contacted me since. He's never asked me for a favor. He's never asked me to zone his property anyway. I've never, there's nothing that's ever come about it. So I just want to make sure that that's corrected. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
And just like you were shocked that we were going to have housing, suggested housing could possibly be at the AES site, you can imagine how North Redondo was upset when the city council decided to put hundreds of units on that little tiny site in District 5. So, you know, as far as upzoning, just giving away upzoning, you're giving it away to ROIC. So I just, in the context of the conversation, that conversation is whether or not you're going to put housing in the little corner surrounded by the 405 freeway and 2 lands of Lawndale, or to put some over at the AES site. That's where that conversation went. It is, everybody loves parks. Well, of course we all love parks. That's not a problem. We would love to have parks. Matter of fact, Christian and I put in, and you actually agreed to it on that vote, is that we started the Parkland Acquisition Fund with the idea that we would purchase land to bake parks. So of course we all love parks. The issue is that where you're going to put all that additional housing, again, it was a choice between a corner of District 5 or AES site. We're going to choose the AES site, or we could have had a conversation in which we split it up so that we didn't have it all be in one place. But so if you're, and I will keep raising my hand, if you're going to continually take those conversations out of context and not tell the whole story about it, because that has been discussed ad nauseum, and there's no reason to just keep bringing that up, because I stand by my point that North Redondo does not want all that housing in the north. They think it should be equitably distributed, and none of this has anything to do with this resolution. So I don't understand why this has been able to be continued to be discussed when it doesn't have anything to do with this resolution.
City Attorney Mike Webb. Mike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just to let the public know that the hearing is next Tuesday. It's a morning hearing, but we're item like number 8 in front of the State Water Board, and that any written comments or PowerPoint presentations are due this Thursday by noon with no extensions. So if people are looking to make comments or submit PowerPoints, they need to get that in as soon as possible.
Thanks, Mike. I thought they cut off public comment 3 months ago.
Well, the agenda gives those specific dates. So,
yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
The reason that this is being brought up is about the property in question. That's why it's being brought up over and over again. I find it ironic that the same people that accused us of not listening to comments about that piece of property are the same people that ignored the thousands of comments about the waterfront in Measure C, and then decided to vote 35 days before Measure C was up for election. I can tell you that the people that, myself, Councilman Narenheim, Councilman Obaji, we adhere to what people want in terms of the votes. I think we're 4 for 4 when it comes to that. When you talk to Measure C, the advisory vote, Measure A, and Measure B. I adhere to what people want. That's why it's that. I'm not talking to developers. I'm not talking to Leo Pistolnikov about this. I'm not exchanging text messages. Hey, what about this? What about that? But you have. And you said last week, why not put 800 units? Of course I'm going to say something about it. So yeah, I'm not going to keep saying something about it and then deflecting about it. And in terms of, Christian being for something, then against something, and being for something, that's very convenient. I mean, you picked up that $4,000 check from his house. So don't tell me that you don't know who the guy is and you barely know who it is. That's not right.
No, I didn't tell you that.
I didn't. I have the floor. So you've insinuated that. And in terms of this whole kumbaya thing, I'm not the one writing in district emails and accusing my council members ignoring the will of the voters and HCD and all these other things, Councilmember MD and Councilmember Horvath are doing that, insinuating that Councilmember Narenheim and I are taking contributions from outside forces and then linking us to something in El Monte that was untoward. So when you talk about being divisive, stop doing that kind of stuff, because I challenge you to find areas where I'm being divisive. This is the first time in 5 years on the council that I brought this kind of stuff up. People ask me, why aren't you harder on those guys because they're not nice to you? And it's because I wanted to work with you guys. But you guys in the last few months have been very divisive. And so I'm done with it. I don't need your support anymore. I'm going to call you out when it's necessary. That's why. I didn't want to bring this up, but when you guys pretend like you're for this, and then do things like putting 800 units on it and ignoring the will of the voters, you bet you're right, I'm going to call this out. That's absolutely correct. So I'm going to make a motion to support this resolution in front of the State Water Board in uniformity. I hope you guys vote for it. I hope you show that your true colors and that you really are for ending the operation of the EAS power plant, and that you don't want to put 800 units on it, because otherwise I don't see anything as a lip service. So I'm making a motion for that.
I'll second that.
Okay, finally, a motion to support the resolution in a second. Councilmember Obaji.
I just want to send a message to Redondo residents that please elect people with careers, a profession, or a job, because otherwise we just end up in hours and hours of political grandstanding. We talked about the housing issue for 3 or 4 meetings when the housing issue was on our agenda. We talked about it again last week for an additional period of time that was totally unnecessary and completely repetitive. And they're talking about it yet again right now. I will agree that you all in the minority here are being divisive. Mr. Horvath, while I have represented people in cannabis litigation, I do not favor the resolution that's being advanced, but the voter initiative that's being advanced. And in fact, I believe if it's the same person, I've had litigation against one of the proponents. So get your facts straight before you start email blasting. In any event, let's please move on. I've been ordered to be in federal court at 7:45 in the morning tomorrow, and that's downtown. All right, thank you.
Okay, did you mean to have your hand up still, Laura?
Oh, yeah, I put it back up. So, so just to clarify, you're the one who brought up the 800 units, and you're the one who's brought up the housing once again. It wasn't either one of us that did that. You guys did that. We could have just done this resolution, done a kumbaya, and moved on. But instead, you're the one who wanted to rehash the 800 units again. And so just to be clear, if it comes down to a choice between doing it in District 5 or doing it over down there where there's in over 15 acres, which is really now only down to 12 acres based on the last conversation we had about this, versus 50 acres, I think I'm going to choose that one. And so, and I am not going to apologize for representing the wants of District 5 residents who don't want all the housing to go onto their area. So I'm not going to apologize for that, and I'm not going to back down from that. And if you want to keep talking about it, go ahead and keep bringing it up. But just to be clear, I'm not the one who brought that up. You're the one who brought that up, and you're the one who threw the first punch today. Yep. So we can keep punching up and over that and ignore the fact that there are 40 people on this call that also have to get up and be at work by 7 a.m. So that's not serving any purpose. And yeah, I'm going to stand by that there should be housing in the South Redondo. Otherwise, we end up with 42,000 people in the north and only 25,000 in the south. And so there should be a more equitable change of housing, and I'm not going to change my mind on that. And so whether or not we want ocean through cooling to continue, that's a different issue. Whether or not to be able to spread the housing out throughout the whole city, you betcha I'm going to keep advocating for that. And as far as you guys getting your feelings hurt, just last week when Nils was showing his slides that he showed at the community meetings, he showed that he was talking about Horvath and MD at his community meeting. So, and then there are people that have supported, some people that have put out some really nasty pages over on Facebook on different things that they're saying. So I'm sorry your feelings are hurt, but you and your supporters have been doing this for quite a bit longer than that.
Duly noted.
Okay, let's see any hands up. Any public comment? Afraid to ask.
Yes, we do have some public comment. The first speaker was Light. Light.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Jim Light, District 1. First off, I was looking for these reports in the blue folder. They're not up there, so public doesn't have access to them except what we could see on the screen.
I agree.
Second, the housing element, thank God you didn't put 800 units down at the AES site. That would be like what happened with Decron, where we handed Decron Measure G zoning and then the city had to pay more to buy back the lease for a developer that did nothing to the property. And we'd be we would lose all our bargaining power with Postelnikov if we handed him zoning and a housing element that says he's entitled to 800 units. So thank God we didn't do that. SBPC is very proud of the role that we got to play in support of the award of those two grants that Mayor Brand was referring to, and we stand here ready to help in the future grants. However, we're very disappointed that the Water Board has served Redondo essentially huge economic impacts as well as environmental impacts. We've lost a lot of that grant funding. The 500K is still there, but the other 4.8 million is gone. And for what? For a plant that's proven to be unreliable when it's called up for those flex reports. The units can't run at full power when it's hot out, when you need them. And at least one of the units has been offline for each of the flex alerts that they were called up upon, sometimes more than one unit. So the one thing I do think we may be missing here, and it's not agendized, but I do think it's prudent to move forward with planning for parkland and maybe even starting to do some planting and things like that under the SCE power lines, just to show the city's commitment to the parkland component of that property. I know that's not agendized, but that's something to consider for the future. But overall, strongly support the resolution and the opposition to extending this power plant. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any more public comments on this issue, Vicki?
Yes, we have one from Wayne Craig come forward.
Good evening again. In my job as a realtor, sometimes I have to act as a therapist. I think I'm going to have to act as a therapist again tonight. At any rate, looking at property values is something we do every single day. That's how I get paid. Looking at just, a piece of dirt, say in South Redondo, a 7,000 square foot lot, those go for about $1.5 million. Now, an acre, that's about something about $9.3 million an acre. And this is not oceanfront property. It's, on east of PCH. So if we're going to use a straight valuation, again, I know that the city's plan needs to be remediated, a lot of issues on it. You're talking in excess of $316 million to start off with. 22 acres, which I heard mentioned before, you're looking at about $207 million price tag. Now, one thing that I think that we need to take into account is remediation comes in various forms. Now, if you want to have it for habitable living space, it requires a lot. Very significant tests that are involved in it to make sure there's no compounds that are toxic. If you do it for commercial use, it's a lot less expensive. So, there's obviously different methodologies, things going back and forth on all this. So that $150 million number that was quoted in the article that I read also back in May of last year seems to be probably a little closer to reality based on a lot of factors, being an oceanfront land and whatnot. But I would urge the city to really lean on the county assessor to figure out how the heck they came up with that methodology. I have had to argue a lot with appraisers over the years. Again, not nearly as complex and having a lot of many moving parts. But I've had to deal with the county's tax assessor too, in various situations, also with commercial property that had issues with the contamination, specifically property that had dry cleaners on it, which you have to do soil sample testing and a lot of things on it. So it's not unlike the power plant, but just at a much smaller scale. But I really urge the city to not drop the ball on this one, because I think there's something going on here. It just sounds really weird. Every realtor that I have spoken to about the ES site, when I told them about this $28 million price tag, have just rolled their eyes and said, you're nuts. So I urge the city to continue to pursue finding out how they derived to that. And I wouldn't be surprised if you get a readjusted valuation. Thank you.
Of course, the problem with your comparison is that you're comparing residentially zoned property.
Well, no, I realize that, but that's a
zone for residential development.
Yeah.
I know, but it's misleading. A lot of the public then thinks, oh, well, then look, it's worth all that. And I just want to qualify for the public that the power plant is not zoned for residential development. And as we heard earlier, zoning dictates value in many ways, not to mention it's contaminated. Anyway, let's see here.
We have one more comment submitted by e-comment, if I may. Submitted by Eugene Solomon. Redondo Beach has an uphill battle in our goal of sunsetting the ASE power plant, and we need everyone in the community to write and or email the California State Water Board. AES hired lobbying companies Wiedemann Group and Carter Welch, have spending $235,000 in 2020 and 2021, combined actively engaging with CSWB staff. The lead for Wiedemann Group, Ryan McCarthy, worked with then Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom in his office, so our task is even more difficult than just money, but powerful relationships at work. Public records requests show an extremely familiar relationship with CSWB staff and the lobbying group. At the last hearing, Wiedemann staff were making suggestions on agenda formatting, even proposing the speaking order that was adopted by CSWB staff to give AES and their support the last word. During one segment of the last meeting, an AES consultant was emailing CSWB staff in real time with suggested questions for Councilman Horvath. Another speaker from Long Beach supporting the extension, Assemblymember Patrick O'Donnell, received $4,700 from AES, including $2,700 just a couple of weeks after supporting their position of a Redondo plant at the hearing. AES has been fined, chastised, and otherwise taken to task about the incredible damage done to marine life, along with other environmental damage, and yet continues to operate. Please provide residents the links and other information available for residents to let their voices be heard. Health and safety before insider favor trading and influence peddling policy making. Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. With that, there's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Aye. Councilmember Obaji. Aye. And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, I do have a title to read.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, council adopted. The title actually was amended or revised by the blue folder item that was submitted to you and received and filed this evening. Adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2110-096, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, opposing the State Water Resources Control Board's amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, once through cooling or OTC policy that allows for the continued operation of the Redondo Beach Generating Station until December 31, 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Will and Larry, for joining in and the work you did. Really appreciate it. So next item up is into discussion and possible action regarding installation of always stop controls at uncontrolled approaches at intersections in area bounded by Grant Avenue, Inglewood Avenue, Aviation Boulevard, and Artesia Boulevard. So Ted Simon, our Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we are here as a follow-up to the direction provided by the council on August the 17th to expedite the consideration to install the always stop controls through community outreach. Gene Kim, our city traffic engineer, is going to go through that presentation for you as he has reached out to the community and has some feedback on that. Gene?
Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Ted has mentioned on my presentation tonight, item N2 regarding the always stop controls at the uncontrolled approaches in the areas within Council District 4. If you remember, this item was previously brought forth for council consideration during the August 17th City Council meeting in response to a staff referral by the council that we received on July 20th of this year. We were tasked to look into options to expedite installation of always stops through community outreach at local intersections, mainly the 6 non-always stop intersections within the Grant Avenue, Inglewood Avenue, Aviation Boulevard, and Artesia Boulevard areas within Council District 4. During my previous presentation, and of course, as provided within the administrative report in front of you, I provided some information on the guidelines that were set forth within the CVC, the California Vehicle Code, and the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or the California MUTCD, that was available. I presented some options, or the guidelines, if you will, that were available to the city for the installation of always stop intersections. Additionally, I also went over the city's current administrative process, or the procedure for the installation of always stops. As part of my presentation previously, I also provided the council, or staff also provided the council, if you will, with several alternatives for consideration. There were 4 specific options that were presented to the council at the August meeting. The first one was, the first option was to just move forward with utilizing the city's current policy on the installation of always stops. The second option was the basically the initiation of the analysis was per city council referral, and then staff would go seek resident input through outreach and community engagement, and then present the findings from the outreach to the Public Works Commission and then the City Council. The third option was to direct staff to present the always stop consideration directly to the City Council. And then option 4 was kind of a fill in the blank type, or an other type option where the City Council can direct staff with other actions or directions as the City Council deemed appropriate. The council at that August meeting determined, authorized, and then directed staff to move forward with kind of a modified version of alternative 2, which is the initiation, which was going to be started by the city council per city council referral. Staff would then seek resident input through outreach or community engagement, and then basically bypass the Public Works Commission meeting and then just bring back to the city council. And that's kind of where we're at today. So since then, of course, we went ahead and conducted our outreach efforts, which included the sending of notification mailers, or more of informative mailers to residents to get some feedback in regards to the installation of always stop controls at these 6 intersections. The mailers were sent to residences with addresses that were within a 150-foot radius of subject intersections. And then also alongside with that, we also reached out to District 4 Council Member Obaji to request his assistance, if you will, in helping distribute the mailers to constituents. Just a quick aerial overview of the intersections in question. The bounded roadways we have within the yellow bounds, we have Artesia, we have Inglewood, we have Grant Avenue, and then we have Aviation Boulevard. Just real quick, the red dots show the intersections, or the subject intersections that are currently not always stop controlled, that are the subject intersections we are talking about tonight. We have on Vanderbilt Lane, we have Green Lane, Blossom Lane, and then along Rockefeller, we have Flagler, Phelan Lane, Felton Lane, and then Perkins Lane. So as mentioned previously, the council directed staff to move forward with kind of a modified version of the option 2, which was the initiation of the analysis, if you will, was per city council referral. And then we went ahead and we were directed to seek resident input through outreach and community engagement, and then ultimately to present the findings to the city council. So as part of the direction of the city council, we sent out approximately 257 mailers, if you will. And then of course, as I said before, we also requested the assistance of District 4 Council Member Obaji. I think alongside with that, we also had one resident who I believe may have provided information on Nextdoor, letting residents know to reach out to staff regarding basically the topic of the notification letter and the potential of the installation of the always stops at these 6 intersections. So of all these three different outreach methods, if you will, we received a total of 30 responses. Now, typically responses from residents are received kind of based on proximity to the subject locations, but this time around, and although the responses we did receive were largely in support of the always stop installations, they kind of varied a little bit. So, for example, some residents showed support for all of the locations, all 6 locations within this neighborhood area. Some only showed support for certain ones. Without really mentioning any of the others. Some just mentioned the ones that they were immediately adjacent to. And of course, a very small few amount voiced or sent me a letter or an email saying that they didn't support the installation. And so overall, of all the different varying kinds of responses we received, the thing to note was that there was an overwhelming support for the installation of always stops at these intersections just in general. The correspondence is provided within the item packet as an attachment for the council's review. And so the recommendation tonight is as follows. It's for discussion and possible action regarding installation of always stop controls at the uncontrolled approaches at intersections in the area bounded by Grant Avenue, Inglewood Avenue, Aviation Boulevard, and Artesia Boulevard, which are all contained within Council District 4. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Gene. Mayor, I just want to add one more thing, and that the reason why this is also a discussion item is because we didn't have background analysis to provide some sort of a support or denial of these always stop controls. We're really coming back to the council for that direction because it is not based on a technical study, but it is based on the feedback that we received from the public.
Great, thanks, Ted, and thank you, Gene, for your presentation. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Ted and Gene, for this prompt work. I'm looking at these responses. Just on a side real quick, Vicky, did the clerk's office change how you're putting together these agenda packets that are posted online? Because the bookmarks can't be adjusted at all or modified. But in any event, so far I've gone through the responses. It seems like I've counted 3 opposition. I know there are a lot more responses here, but it seems like overwhelming support, which is what I felt on the ground when I was walking the area. So thank you for doing this outreach. And I strongly favor this. Actually, just as I was driving home from court this evening on this Zoom, I was crossing on Phelan and Rockefeller, and there are cars parked on the left, so you can't exactly see until you edge out. And I could see the lights of one car coming, and so I thought, okay, it's got to be clear now because I couldn't see any of the lights. And just as I was pulling out, there's another car coming. So it would really be helpful, I think, reduce anxiety, increase quality of life, to just get always stops in this very tight residential area. So I strongly favor this, and I ask my fellow council members to do the same. Thank you. And thank you.
Oh, well, you can make a motion, Zane, because nobody else has their hand up.
To approve and install these always stop controls, and no LEDs, just basic stop signs.
I'll second that.
There's a motion, a second. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I just want the general public to know that Councilmember Obaji doesn't just like stop signs in Redondo Beach. He likes them in other cities as well. So that's all I wanted to say. You can, that's it.
Is there any public comment on this?
Actually, sir, I can't tell if Mr. Craig raised his hand again to speak on this item or not. So I'm going to go ahead and ask him to, I'm going to lower his hand, and I'm going to ask him if he wants to speak again. He can raise his hand. Take care of that. And the other people that are online have not determined that they wanted to speak on this item. So no, there are no public comments on this item.
Okay, no hands up. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I want to say Candace wanted to speak on this. But it's an aye, but I thought.
I don't see a hand up. Maybe she walked away or something.
I don't know if she knows how to put her hand up. Okay.
Probably.
No, never mind. She does not want to. Never mind.
9 o'clock.
These intersections are like 2 blocks away from District 3, the beginning of District 3.
That's fine. Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat who made the motion and second, please? I didn't catch it.
Councilmember Obaji made the motion and Councilmember Lowenstein seconded it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you.
Awesome.
There you go. Yeah, thanks, Ted. Thanks, Gene. Okay, discussion and possible action to authorize the negotiation of a new license agreement with South Bay Sports LLC for installation of replacement field turf at Aviation Field. So Cameron Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me share my screen here. Okay, I have a brief presentation for you tonight, and start with a little bit of a history here since this happened several years back. So back in 2005, South Bay Sports approached city staff with a proposal to install a synthetic grass field at Aviation Park in exchange for periods of licensed use. South Bay Sports had been a long time and primary renter of what was then a grass field and sought a partnership with the city in order to make upgrades to the field, as the condition of the natural turf would routinely wear, flood due to weather or irrigation issues, and close for several months out of the year so Public Works staff could resod and perform maintenance. In 2006, the City Council approved a license and concession agreement with South Bay Sports for the installation and use of a synthetic turf field. As defined in the agreement, South Bay Sports installed the synthetic turf field at their cost, at no cost to the city, and also paid to maintain the field over the term of the 10-year agreement. The agreement also called for South Bay Sports to make improvements to Aviation Park, concession stand, and restrooms, which included painting both the interior and exterior, adding an awning and picnic tables, as well as benches and patios. As mentioned, in return, South Bay Sports received exclusive use of the field during weekday evenings and weekend afternoons and evenings. And then moving on to 2010, the City Council approved a first amendment to the agreement with South Bay Sports, as the first iteration of the field turf deteriorated quicker than expected. The amendment allowed South Bay Sports to replace and upgrade the turf at no expense again to the city and extend the agreement to October of 2020. So here's an excerpt from South Bay Sports website to give you a little background on who they are. Their mission is to provide a wide range of individual and team sports and special events at a variety of competitive and recreational levels to South Bay Sports members of the surrounding community. South Bay Sports is a crucial element of the experience in that it promotes and reinforces teamwork and personal accomplishment, mutual respect and integrity, competition and recreation, as well as skill and exercise. South Bay Sports provides valuable leadership in both personal and professional growth opportunities to the community members who support South Bay Sports and bring together our community. So moving on now to the current condition of the field. Typical lifespan of a synthetic turf field is approximately 10 years. And that is just due to regular wear and tear from use as well as weather conditions. So fast forward, the last, as I mentioned, the last amendment to the agreement was back in 2010. Fast forward 11 years to now, and the turf is in poor condition and sorely in need of replacement. We can't use the field in its entirety in its current state. The entire field surface has lost significant yarn and has exposed rubber on the surface.
The exposed rubber creates a slicker surface for players and exposes them to increased chances of surface impacts. In addition, there are areas of the field that have exposed underlayment, which it creates tripping hazards. Here's a couple of more pictures of the current condition of the field. We have one longtime user group who has canceled their rental reservations on Saturdays due to the poor field conditions. And we've also started to receive just a bevy of complaints from residents and user groups. Oops, sorry, I'll back up one more. As the condition of the field continues to deteriorate and decline, and we don't have any immediate plan to replace the field, we may be forced to close the field in order to make sure that the athletes and users of the field stay safe. So we went out and requested estimates from synthetic turf experts for repair. We had 3 companies come out and take a look at the field, and each opined that the turf was in such a state that it was unrepairable and in total need of replacement. The cost estimates that we got back from those companies average around $700,000 to replace the field. Currently, we do not have budgeted funding for the replacement of the field, nor to maintain the field. So South Bay Sports has requested again to enter into negotiations of a new license agreement, which would again allow them to replace and maintain the turf field in exchange for exclusive use during specific times. The partnership with South Bay Sports has been successful and well received by residents and users of the field. So we recommend the City Council authorize the negotiation of a new license agreement with South Bay Sports. As an alternative, the City Council could direct staff to solicit proposals rather than begin negotiations. But it's unlikely that we'll find another company who would be willing to do total replacement of the field in exchange for designated use periods of use. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions. I also have Dennis Fox of South Bay Sports on the meeting, and he'll be available to answer any questions you might have as well.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. It's interesting. I really hadn't heard about this till this came on the agenda, that the field was in such disrepair. Last time I was out there was, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, and I was unaware of it. I would like to ask Ms. Fox a question, or Dennis Fox, I'm sorry. Misread that. It was Denise. Is Dennis available? You said he was, looks like he's on.
Yes, I'm available.
Yeah. Hi, Dennis. Thanks for your 10 years of licensure. I mean, I don't know what South Bay Sports is. Are you guys a nonprofit, for-profit? I don't even.
Yeah. So let me answer your question. So we're a for-profit company. We've been operating since February of 2001. Like it was said, we were renting the field on the grass field for a few years until we decided to come up with a public-private partnership with the city, which was successful since 2006. The field was replaced in 2010, but that was due to the first installer giving us the wrong type of field. So we had to go through litigation, and the field was replaced in 2010, and we were able to redo the term for another 10 years. From there, we do adult soccer leagues on the field, Monday through Sundays, 7 days a week. So we do 7v7 and 11v11 on Sundays.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is similar to what we do down in the waterfront. I mean, we have city property down there, and we engage in partnerships, and we lease it out. It's very, very similar to that. We usually put out an RFP and find out who's interested and go from there. But we also know the revenue side of the equation. We're clear on the cost side here, the $700,000. So I guess I'm curious on the revenue side, what you guys bring in on your rental or use of our field and memberships and things like that.
Yeah, so if you look, we charge teams $850 to play for a 10-week season. We do offer a discount for Redondo Beach members, $75 off if they have 66. So 8 out of 12 players would have to be Redondo Beach residents to receive a discount through there. We play about 4.3 seasons in a year, every 10 weeks. So once the season's over, we either restart right away or we take a week off and then kick off a new season. So in revenue terms, we bring in aviation roughly about 450,000 a year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So I just got, thank you for what you do, Dennis. I guess how much free time, couple questions. How much free time is there for non-league players to use the field? Because clearly there's some since other people are complaining about the field.
Right. So my hours of use is Monday through Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Where I have exclusive rights to run my leagues. All other hours is for the city's use. Starting at 3 o'clock, once kids are out, they're renting it to club soccer and they're doing their practices all the way up to 7 o'clock, Monday through Friday. And then Saturday, I always give priority to youth leagues. So if there's a youth soccer league that needs to play their games, we allow them to play the games in the morning. I believe the hours are 8 to 2. And then on Saturdays from 2 to 10. Those were my terms of doing it. And then Sunday would be all day doing 11v11 leagues for myself. So Monday through Friday was the key portion for the city use, and they have the majority of the time.
And the track is open all the time, right?
Of course.
Okay. And then one thing I became aware of recently that I didn't know before is that, and obviously this is already something that's the bygone conclusion that this is going to be a turf field, but that turf heats up a lot more than grass surfaces and has more of a heat island effect than grass surfaces. Like neighbor just pulled out their grass lawn to cut down a tree, put in turf because dogs were peeing and making it yellow. So, obviously since the first time this was installed back in 2010 or before then, technology is probably advanced. Do you notice does anybody notice the field getting very hot in the summertime? And 2, is there any new technology that can be incorporated to keep this field cool and make it act more like a regular field so it doesn't get very hot in the way that,
right.
turf is kind of rumored to get?
So regarding the field, all turf fields will heat up regardless what's on them. So they have special type of infill that can perhaps cool it down. But being at that location on the corner of Aviation, we get the ocean breeze on there, and it doesn't get that hot during the summertime because we have the breeze coming in from the ocean.
All right. And is there any, I suppose this is really early in the discussions, but would you consider putting any infill to kind of dampen any heat effect? I mean, you kind of want, we don't want heat island effect to occur any more than it already is existing. So to the extent we have an opportunity in the replacement of turf to put some infill and kind of dampen any heat emissions, even if it's not super hot, that kind of would be ideal in my book. Or even, set up a system that maybe on the hottest days it gets a little sprinkle or something like that.
Yeah, in 2010, we did a blend of green rubber to deal with the heat aspect of it. We will consider the infill and the type of infill. It all comes down to cost, type of infill, what you use, and with prices these days, things are going up.
I bet. All right. Well, I'll support negotiating a new license agreement for the replacement of the field and make a motion to that effect with direction of staff to try to negotiate some heat island reducing, factors into the agreement. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah. Hey, Dennis. Nice to meet you. Glad you clarified. I remember that the field was grass, went to turf in, I think, 2005, and then it was replaced in 2010. Just a little background, the council member, MD and I were both on the school board. I was on when we did all of our schools, and so Paris, not Adams yet, but Washington, and the high school fields were all done with field turf.
Mm-hmm.
They had some issues with field turf. They replaced it with a warranty covered by insurance. The reason I bring that up is field turf is kind of the standard turf when it comes to high standard. I know there's Tiger turf, there's other turfs. I wanted to see which brand you're thinking of doing, because I realize that the average lifespan is anywhere between 8 and 15 years. It depends on how much usage it is. But the field turf has gotten a lot of usage at the high school. It's done really well. And especially the second go around. I'm wondering if you're doing the same thing, because what we don't want is, if we license this to you, we don't want you to go with the cheapest alternative, because that's kind of a reflection. It's in our park. You know, we want, if perhaps you would look at field turf. And I mean, even with Council Member Obaji's suggestion about infill, and I know there's black tire infill, and there's more natural stuff, I guess different colors. But are you guys looking at field turf or in some of these higher end turfs, or looking at the cheapest alternative?
No, I'm not looking at the cheapest alternative. I'm looking for the best alternative for a soccer surface. So we chose, we did our due diligence and researched about 3 companies in total, and we came up with AstroTurf, which they have a Liga type turf with a root zone that prevents rubber flyout on the turf. And it's FIFA certified. So if you know about soccer,
yeah, I know a lot about it.
So this field will be a FIFA certified top of the line soccer field in Redondo Beach.
Is it also used in some MLS stadiums, or where?
Yes,
is that where you got that from?
Yes, it's used in MLS stadiums and USL across the nation. And if you look up AstroTurf and look at Liga Turf, it's their top of the line.
And I assume it's not the old AstroTurf.
No, it's not the old AstroTurf.
Thank God. Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you guys have done some due diligence on this. You know, because ultimately it's going to come down not only to price, but durability, and the longer it lasts, the better it is for you guys, and the better it is for us. And you think, is it a very short strand of, or is it a longer?
So it's 1.5 pile length and 59 ounce. So it's a very heavyweight, very durable and thick.
And for falling, tackles, stuff like that, it's soft enough that not causing red burns.
It meets all GMAX requirements for all artificial turf fields.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate your investigation on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Mr. Fox, I just want to take this opportunity to say that I think what you guys have been doing there is fantastic. I'm not surprised that the field gets worn out so quickly. I know you listed lots of reasons, but I suspect it's because it's used so much. It's one of the most popular parks I've ever seen, and people feel, because it's so well utilized, people feel safe because there's so many people that are using it at all times, and you can be there until the lights come out, and people are there using it constantly from 7 a.m. all the way till 10 p.m. And it's a great sight to see, because I enjoy that so many people come to that park to use it, and I appreciate everything you're doing. The only problem I've ever heard from coming out of there is that there's some kind of conflict between soccer and the joggers, walkers, because, you know, balls are errant. And but other than that, I think you guys have done a great job, and it's a great partnership.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nerna.
Thank you, Mayor Wren. So a couple of questions. Who pays for like the bathroom cleaning of the bathrooms that are there? They're open, right? Do we pay for them? Is that something the city pays for? Or is that
the city maintains the bathrooms, the cleaning and the restocking.
Okay. What about electricity charges for the location? Do we pay for that as well?
I pay for the light use that I use on the soccer field.
Okay. You know, you have a lot of hours, essentially from 2 to 10 p.m. most nights of the year, most days of the year.
Just Saturdays, that's Saturdays. And then Sundays, I have the entire day from 8 to 10.
Which day?
Monday through Friday, I only have it from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., 3 hours a night.
Uh-huh.
And then Saturdays is, I believe it's 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Uh-huh.
And Sunday is 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
The agreement that I'm looking at here on page 204 says Sundays 2 to 10. Year round, January, August, September, December. Is there maybe an updated agreement?
Is that in the amendment? I have to look at the contract.
Oh, is it a first minute Asian Parent license concession agreement? So the updated agreement would be the amendment agreement. Okay.
So I'm looking at on the file that I have right now.
I looked at page 204. I mean, those are those are the prime hours essentially of those field usage. I mean, during the week, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, people are at work. So the kids won't be able to use it. Sports teams won't be able to use it. That'll be really difficult for most of the year for any regular person to be using it. I mean, I see Northrop people over there, but they're using the track or not using the field.
They do use the field Monday through Friday at like 12 to like 1. They have an hour of use of the field. Northern Grumman does.
Okay. Mike or Joe, I mean, is there any reason why we can't just pay for this straight out? I mean, we have money capital improvement projects. We see this field gets used quite a bit. We have an infrastructure that does like Alta Vista. We have the reservation system, or we have hey, we take 30% of the gross proceeds and we maintain the capital improvement. I mean, has there been any thought to realign this whole concept we do up there?
Yeah, that's exactly the conversation Cameron and I had a couple months back in analyzing this next step. And part of the reason this discussion is before you tonight, in looking at the cost of the field, we were hopeful that, and we went out and actually obtained our own estimates to determine what it might be for us to rebuild the surface and in turn, have an opportunity for us to collect revenue over time that might offset that expense. The cost was a little higher than we had hoped, and it is coming in at roughly $750,000. So that's a fairly significant amount of time for us to recoup that investment. We would have to identify a source of funds to pay for that upfront cost. We would probably see a break even or inflection point, somewhere in the year 6, year 7 range, where it might become a little bit profitable for us. I mean, Cameron would have to run that data again. This option does expedite our ability to see a replaced field. We wouldn't have to go through our traditional capital improvement process that would take some time to go out, design, and then ultimately construct post bidding. So this accelerates the replacement of the turf. And while we might, I think, on the back end of the 10-year structure, 8-year structure, lose some revenue, it does accelerate the replacement, which is kind of a trade-off. Now, you could give us direction to look see some offset in the negotiation of the deal. There's any of these terms are negotiable. The partnership has been very successful. This dates back a long time with Dennis. They've done everything they said they would do. For many years as we partnered with them. They've I think it's been successful for the community. But we can tinker with the hours of operation. We can look at some of the economics of the deal and see if there's an exchange here that you want us to pursue. We did contemplate our own investment, and there's some merits to that, but it's not a clear-cut solution for us.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here, yesterday at my community meeting, which was not I did not present slides at my community meeting, so Councilmember MD was wrong on that in her earlier conversation. we talked about open space and field space, and Torrance is losing 6 acres of open space on a field, possibly losing it, the Toyota field, 6 acres, bunch of soccer fields there. There's a shortage of open space, of fields, of playable space, a significant shortage. I mean, there's a massive shortage in pool time and pool availability. So Dennis, I mean, I've been to your website. You have a great website, and you look like you have a great run organization. And it's nothing, no slight against you at all, or your organization, your company. But I do have, and I've gotten this in Alta Vista. Alta Vista is an extremely highly used park. I mean, the fields, the tennis courts, everything is used significantly to the wit's end down there. And but it's also community based, community organization based, and none of it's, and it's difficult to get time down there for anyone. So I would be looking at, if we further this agreement, to get more community time down in that area, even if we put in some money to update the location. I know there's a snack shack there. Dennis, do you run the snack shack, or does anyone in the city run the snack shack? Does the snack shack ever open in that area facility?
Yeah, so I built the snack shack from the ground up for the city. We did a health license on it. We tried to run a snack bar, but health and fitness and snacks didn't mix well. So the snack bar is usually good for youth, for tournaments and things, so they can utilize the snack shop for that, for the youth events. Now, with the partnership with the city, I've always put youth in front of my leagues. So whenever the city approached me and they had a tournament, I would push off my leagues and allow the city to hold the youth tournament at the field. So I've always been flexible with the city when it comes to youth.
Okay. That's awesome. So basically, let's see, let me check my notes here real quick. Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind going forward with some sort of lease agreement with you. Down in the harbor, we have, just so you know, Dennis, when in the harbor, we take a percentage of rents. So a percentage of gross revenue in addition to a rent. So and I want to be really careful with trying to monetize and getting every single dollar. I'm not looking to get every single dollar out of you. That's not my intent at all. We have open space is extremely precious in Redondo Beach. We just had an item where we spent 50 acres and we continuously talk about what the uses are down there in the harbor. So open space is just, it's a tough conversation when we have park space that's being effectively monetized. I mean, even our old library is effectively monetized. So we monetize everything in Redondo more so than any other city. So I'll be looking towards more community free usage of the field, because I do understand how much the community just wants open space to be able to do open space activities, whether it's soccer or it's baseball or whatever it may be. So I'm very sensitive to that. And open space, open park space, open land that's public land shouldn't all be commoditized like we're pretty much doing in Redondo. So those are my comments. I'll be voting. I'll be saying yes to this agreement. But as we go, I'm imagining, Joe, this is going to be going into closed session from here, and we'll start navigating through that pathway. When does this agreement? I didn't see when this agreement expires. Is the end of the year?
We're already expired. I don't believe we're operating on an agreement right now. Cameron, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, the agreement expired. Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong. About a year ago or so.
Yeah.
Correct. During the pandemic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, okay.
Yeah.
I thought I read somewhere December. Okay, December of last year it was expired. Okay.
Right.
Wow, we are definitely overdue for this. So yeah, so Joe, is this going into close? This is I'm presuming this is the lease agreement. This is going into closed session from here, correct?
Well, typically you would give us kind of general parameters and direction as you're doing tonight. We would continue the discussion with Mr. Fox. Whether this qualifies for discussion in closed session, I would We haven't done one of these in a while. It's different from leases. So I don't know with 100% certainty that we could go into closed session related to this. Mike Wazansky, you may have.
All I can say is the last agreement we did, including the amendment in 2010, we negotiated in public. We had open session conversations about the parameters in terms of the agreement. I think, we would take some of your general direction. We would sit down with Dennis and his team and come back to you with the recommendation, and then you would have an opportunity to continue to move it forward or simply counter at the time. But our intention was for this to be a public discussion.
Okay.
And the other thing I would add is you had mentioned earlier in terms of process and sequence. I mean, had this been a less than positive arrangement over the course of the past several years, we would be coming to you with a recommendation to solicit proposals, to kind of cast a net and see who else might be out there. We don't recommend that, especially in light of kind of what's happening next door in Torrance related to their fields and the fact that they're potentially losing their field space there. We've had a great partnership in the past. If we can keep that, maybe make it a little bit better and work it through the public process. And, that's why we're here. We haven't done the negotiations. We've had some discussions with Mr. Fox, and clearly he has done some research, has some specific thoughts on the type of field. And so, because it's been such a popular partnership and been so well received by the community, that's why we brought it to you at this point.
Okay. So my general, if you could take some friendly amendments to this motion, then Councilman Abaji, it's to look at either paying for some of the field itself to get more hours, or get a percentage of the revenue to increase the amount of hours of the public could use, or have South Bay Sports manage more of the field time for other groups, and we take a percentage of those rents or a percentage of that revenue. I'm looking to see if we can get some more or other activities and preserving some of the other activities that people want to use that field for, and participating in some of the revenue that happens on that field. So those would be those amendments to the motion.
And just to be clear on that, and when we say try to maximize opportunity for other users, typically those are paying users. So I thought I heard you say earlier, opportunity for kind of general open space at no charge. We could seek both because we earn revenue when we're able to rent it out to other groups. If we're going to make sure that some of that time is free and clear for kind of drop-in use, that's obviously a no charge or no fee opportunity for us. So are you looking at kind of both scenarios there?
Both scenarios, because what I'm concerned twofold. If we're just doing this for soccer, but what are the other activities that we're not allowing on the field that groups could participate in, groups? And then two is also I don't know what the public is using that field for in the morning at 10 a.m., 11 a.m. on Saturday if they need more time.
Typically, drop-in fitness is what's occurring in those morning hours.
Right, like yoga, I would presume, correct?
Well, I mean, maybe some small groups are doing that. I mean, Cameron can answer that, but you'll see individuals do personal training work. They're doing wind sprints. They're goofing off in the corner, kicking the ball around. It's typically what you would see in kind of a nice turf part of a park.
Right, and I mean, there's going to be a demand for that. I don't know what the demand level is for that. I'll leave that up to you guys to decide. But again, like I said earlier, regarding Torrance are losing their open space fields for soccer. And we just had a large discussion off the AES side for open space. So park space, it's in high demand. So
there's huge demand for this, and club groups will pay big bucks to rent. There is no question about that. And and the economics of this partnership have to be updated to reflect the valuation of contemporary field use policies. This isn't going to be, if you authorize these negotiations, and I'm sorry to say this, Dennis, this isn't going to be, we're just going to roll out the old terms and say the economics still work. We're going to have to drill into those and make sure that at a $750,000 investment, you know, what we could reasonably rent the space for to other club groups is going to, you know, be reasonably offset in the partnership, right? We're not going to give away $2 million of free permitted use in exchange for a $750,000 investment. So we have to modulate the economics to make sure that the term still works. But before we even started down that path, we wanted to make sure you were comfortable authorizing that discussion, because we haven't gone out to really understand if there are other groups out there that would want to compete for this. Cameron, I think, has had some conversation with folks and doesn't think there's quite the interest that there might have been a few years back. But I don't know, Cameron, if you wanted to speak to that or not. But you know, we're comfortable with negotiating with Dennis and company and seeing what we can provide in as fair and equitable a deal as possible.
Yeah, I would just say it's a unique opportunity with Dennis, and he's a proven commodity. We know what we're going to get. You know, we get positive feedback from all the users and rental groups, and I think it's a pretty, like I said, it's a pretty unique situation where he's willing to foot the bill for a brand new field. And as far as field time goes on municipal athletic fields, it's pretty typical that the hours that Dennis utilizes for adult sports, that's what other cities utilize their athletic fields for at those times as well. And then when the times that we do have it and we are renting it out to youth sports groups, that's pretty standard for what other cities in the area and quite frankly across the state do as well. So you know, it's a good partnership. I think it's a unique partnership and one that I would recommend the council continue.
Yeah, to that point, Cameron, I mean, and Mills, you mentioned this earlier, there are a number of youth groups that are on that field Mondays through Fridays from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. I mean, you'd be astounded at how many groups are going to come in there and use that space during that block of time. Parents' work schedule, I can speak to this personally, is of no concern to club teams. At the kids, they're seeking practice opportunity, and it's sort of your job to figure out how to get them there. So 3 to 7 is prime time for youth sports. That was why Dennis's time slot really was 7 to 10, because we felt, to Cameron's point, that was an adult window typically. But the weekends are another matter. That's another matter, and I think you raised a fair point in that conversation.
And I'm happy to put some capital investment in there so that we don't have to sell every hour to wherever it needs to go, back on Dennis's back. Mike Webb, is there a way we get this in a closed session? We talk about this at a different time.
It's like any real property negotiation. It can go into closed session, and a lot of your points are a lot of the terms are better served for closed session. It's just the broader points that you've brought up in terms of, do we monetize it, or do we allow not club teams, but Redondo Beach youth sport teams, cheer teams, other activities to use what is, after all, a public facility. And but certainly the business terms, how much of a capital investment are you willing to make to retain more of the time available for use by the public, as you know, the Redondo public and youth sports. So yeah, we can go into closed session, but I think, to Mike and Joe's point, it's important to have a lot of the conversations out here, so that if you're a parent in whatever sport is having trouble in Redondo finding fields, and we've had a lot of fights between different youth sports over the available fields, they can go, no, that's what our taxpayers should, what our tax fund should go for. And they won't see that if it's only done in closed session.
Right.
A mix would be good.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And my last speaking point here, so we can get going, is speaking of
open space and sports and games, Dodgers 7-2 final. So one more game on Thursday.
Well, good thing we don't have a council meeting Thursday. Yeah, I was, that's why I started off my questioning with how much revenue do they take in a year? Because, if this, look, it's city land, we're leasing it. We wouldn't do a, sole source, one person, okay, it's a good deal, let's go. It's important that we do our due diligence and we consider public time. We shouldn't be fiscalizing every piece of open space we can possibly fiscalize. Although this is a great partnership. So we certainly don't want to get in the way of continuing, but make adjustments, and do your proper due diligence. And, you're never going to hear from the resident. The resident are going to come down here and say, oh, gee, I wanted to go use the field, but there was a soccer game there. I mean, they just don't go and they just know. And so to Mike Webb's point, there's a lot of competing interests for open space fields in Redondo Beach. And I had no doubt if we just did the field, they'd be clamoring for use of it. But I just appreciate everything you're doing, Dennis. And I don't mean to imply that we need to, but we do need to do our due diligence. I don't think there's any question about that, and do a lot of it out here, as City Attorney Mike Webb said, which it sounds like we're doing. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
I'll just make 2 quick points. Dennis, I don't know how long you were watching the meeting, but I just made the point previously is that we just have to be very cognizant of our revenue because the state is forcing more density on us and they're not paying for the cost of new residents. So I think Mike Wazanski has his thumb on this as far as the negotiation, and certainly not, looking to rob you of profits or anything like that, but we just have to be forward looking as far as the city's financial security. To push against the notion that Nils was thinking about, Councilmember Ehrenheim was thinking about, us taking this over. He's a great brand. The website's great. Clearly people are happy with it. You don't move away from a good thing that's not broken. So that's why I favor continuing to negotiate with him. And what I'll say is also the fact that we can expeditiously get this field replaced is a benefit, because the period of time when it's not replaced is a liability to the city. Trip and fall, torn ACL, what have you, is going to be one of the most expensive liabilities, potentially that exists, which is, from the tearing that I see, probably one of the big risks here. All right. I will incorporate your direction, Councilmember Ehrenheim, and with a seconder, Councilmember Amby. Do you
thank you
accept those?
No, I don't.
So let me withdraw my motion, and let me make a new motion, and that is to make the same motion with Councilmember Ehrenheim's changes.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Can you clarify the changes for everybody?
It's just negotiate, something that when either it's percentage rent at a certain point or something so that the city can, it's not a total windfall once this thing is paid off, that the city kind of shares in the upside of leasing this private land out.
And or adding capital to the project to increase the amount of time that the public can use for their activities, percentage rents, or
basically broad authority to the city staff, to direct the city staff to really focus on our revenue side for the future, while also getting this quality product invested in by this partner.
Yeah, thank you. I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. You guys still both have your hands up, but I guess you're done. So just is there a public comment?
Actually, we do have Ms. Osborne raised her hand to speak. So go ahead, please.
Some of you are probably wondering how I got my start in the city politics, city stuff. And it was over Aviation Park, but the city was thinking of paving here and there and turning parts of it into a parking lot. And every time I would see somebody using the field, I would say, thank you for using this field, because we actually had a vote to keep that space open space. So I don't know who this Dennis Fox is, but I want to say thank you for keeping it. And I feel very safe using the track there because there are always people there. Somebody already mentioned that. And I want to just say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So thank you, Mr. Fox, and anybody else there. This was my first big cause in Redondo, is keeping that space, and you help us keep it. Thank you.
And by the way, in my motion, I wanted to preserve the, exploring heat island effect reducing materials or filler. That's what we put in.
Okay, any more public comment? Thank you, Holly.
It doesn't appear so. No one else has raised their hand, and we have no e-comments as well.
Okay, great. So the motion is basically continue to negotiate a new license and try to include some of those other elements into those discussions. So I'll just do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow I'm not hearing you. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
I'm going to vote no, simply because I think you're complicating everything. And I just think Dennis Fox and his company is doing a great job. And I think it's a wonderful deal that we have right now. Thank you.
Okay.
We don't have a deal.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that. Everything you've done. Likewise, our staff. Thanks for the presentation, Cameron. And Mike Watansky, Joe. So, what do we got next here, folks? It looks like we're near the end of our meeting. City manager items.
Yes, Mayor, council members, just wanted to let you know earlier today, we put some information on our webpage about Dominguez Channel. The odor issues falls under not our jurisdiction, but LA County, the Air Control District, County Public Health. So there's information there about what's going on, how to file a complaint, things of that nature. So I don't know if you're hearing that from your constituents, concern about the odors, but I just wanted to let you know we've got some information on there for any residents that are interested. So it's the lead story on our webpage. So that's it for tonight.
I haven't had any complaints to me personally about odors from it, but maybe some other council members can chime in. Mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have none tonight. Thank you. Other than go Dodgers.
Member Lowenstein.
Yeah, along Ms. Osborne's comments in non-agenda items, I'd like the city to explore writing a letter to Metro about investigating the Hawthorne route for the Green Line. And if we could bring that, I guess, either back in the form of a letter within, say, I'd say the last meeting in November, if that's possible.
Well, how about the next meeting? I mean, how hard is it to write a letter?
Yeah, and here's
can you do it faster than that?
I think we've already done it. Ted, I think, is working. He was going to confirm with Brandy tonight. My understanding is that we wrote the letter back, I want to say in May. Ted, are you there?
Yes, that's correct, Mike.
Yeah, I think we've submitted the letter just as Holly described, and I think Ted also confirmed. I asked this as well. There have not been any meetings, any recent meetings with Metro or BSNF staff in months. So, anyway.
That's what I was going to ask you next about BNSF. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So then I guess then at the next meeting we could bring it back at the next meeting to submit again to Metro to see if they'll do that. That would be my preference.
I suggest that we actually just invite Mark Dirkling and Metro to come and tell them directly to.
Or do a presentation.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, I might update us on the process. There should be an EIR coming out soon.
Because they're doing right now, they're starting to advertise for public outreach on this, but it's all going to be virtual. So they're not having in-person meetings right now. So it would give an opportunity to verbally weigh in.
Are we open to, if we were to do the invite, are we open to, one of the next few meetings if he or she is not available next week?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
All right,
just
well, we'll
invite
try
them
that.
up.
We'll
And
try
then,
to get it down here and then let you know. If we can't, then we can circle back on a letter.
Okay.
Great. Anything else, Tony?
That's it.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so the governor signed AB 43 into law, and we did support this in recent months. It allows us to effectively lower speed limits in residential neighborhoods would be really the primary area. But I think it would behoove us, since we do spend a lot of time on traffic calming conversations, to bring back a discussion as to how, now that it has been signed, how can we actually give Gene another tool and possibly even lower our residential speed limits in certain neighborhoods to 20 miles per hour.
What are you suggesting, Christian?
To bring back either some discussion of what maybe the traffic engineer could do related to AB 43's passage.
So you want a report from Gene Kim to give them back to us when, or what time? Like what time frame?
I'm not giving a time, but I'll leave that up to staff based on their schedule and what we have coming. But I mean,
okay, I'll second that. But
the most convenient nearest time.
I'll second that. But I'd like to get some sort of Ted. What do you think that's possible?
I don't know. Let us go through the actual bill and see what are the elements that are inside of it in terms of what's necessary to reduce that speed limit. It could be very simple, but if it's complex, we need some time to be able to assess that before we bring that to you.
Okay.
So it could be in the latter part of November or early December.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a rush on my book. I just want to get some sort of a understanding. Thank you. I'll second that.
Everybody. Okay, sounds good. I don't hear any objection. Councilmember Obaji.
None. Thank you to Councilmember Lowenstein for remembering the elevated Hawthorne Boulevard line.
Well, I had that written down. I was hoping it didn't get to me. So thank you. Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Bill, I guess
my only request is, what's the status of a potential lease of the property under the power lines just west of PCH?
Yeah, so we just heard back from Aaron, their land consultant, just last week with comments on our proposed plan and license proposal. And we're digesting those comments, and with any luck, we'll have those back to Edison here in the next couple of weeks. And then if they're amenable, we'll bring something to you all for consideration.
Okay, great. That'll be the land just west of PCH. It'd be nice to be able to lease that for a nominal sum and do something nice finally.
Yeah, and you said
you park backhoes on it.
Right. You said you'll recall you set capital money aside for us to move forward with that effort. I mean, it's a project in our CIP. So
yeah, it's a very high profile area, and all we ever see there are dump trucks and backhoes and whatever latest project they're using as a laydown site. So that'd be cool. Okay, great. All right.
I have one question, Bill. I'm sorry to interrupt. I forgot to say that to ask this. I was wondering if we could have a discussion on, in conjunction with our talk last week about the noise coming out of the pier parking garage, that we would have a discussion on the cost to install cameras and license plate readers for the both ingress and egress out of that. I think it would be important because of the issues we've had at the pier, both from a safety perspective and a noise perspective. So I was wondering if we could do that, say, the first or second week of November.
Is that a PR?
yeah, we could do an info item on the cost and sort of process to mount something like that.
Okay, that would be fine then.
Yeah, I've had more than one person ask me if we have cameras down on the pier, and yeah, seems like a prime place to have them and be able to keep an eye on things. So, okay. Anything else, folks? I guess that's it. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until a week from tonight, October 19th. Don't forget to attend the water board hearing. I encourage your your residents to attend, especially those with recordings of the noise and videos of the smoke coming out.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Is there any objection? Okay, so ordered. See you guys next week.